We're live.
And we're live.
Wow.
Okay, so hello everyone. I believe it's a little self-explanatory. We're here to talk about something that we one of our favorite video games ever, or at least one of my favorite video games ever. We'll see how much Omen and Chronic like it, but yeah, I'm here with two of my friends and we were just going to chat about a game. So how are you two doing?
Pretty good.
Doing good.
And we're just going to chat about a game.
Yep. There you go. And I think you're speaking for all three of us when you say that it is one of your favorite games.
Yes.
I think that applies to all of us here.
Yes, very much so.
Yeah, gosh, it's it came out in what was it, March of 2015, and I still play it almost on a regular basis whenever I have time to play the video game, the PlayStation, that is, because adult life and everything.
Of course, adulting gets in the way sometimes, doesn't it?
Yes.
I think I play at least one full playthrough a year, at least.
Yeah, it comes down to that. I mean, last playthrough was a month ago, I think now, roughly.
We started at the 1st, I think, of October, very early October, and we just blazed through it.
It's really a game you can just keep coming back to, trying out new characters, new builds. There's so much to do.
Yeah, and a big reason why is because of the diversity of the weaponry and the skill set. Because it's interesting. It's like you can't play the same way with a character twice. I mean, no, you can't. Let me rephrase that. You can't play a different way with the same character, because the way that you build the character kind of dictates how you have to play the game.
Of course, depending on what you invest your stats into.
Mm-hmm.
Hello, Keithy.
Hi.
Hello, Keith.
The nicest thing I find is regarding builds and everything. I don't think there's any weapon that is weaker than other weapons. Like, any weapon in Bloodborne is viable, and any weapon is essentially fun to play because they all act very different.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they all act differently, and the cool thing is when you're not able to figure something out, it's always fun to try a different skill set that you yourself had not even considered before. And it's interesting how that'll sometimes become your favorite play style or your favorite weapon by trying a tree that you've never that you didn't consider off the bat.
Whirligig.
Nitrous. I mean, I tried my first arcane build this year, and yeah, arcane all the way now, though I have not done a blood tinge build yet, like Keithy mentioned, so that would be worth checking out, I think. Yeah,
I'm actually going to be trying a blood tinge playthrough after I'm done with the current playthrough that I'm on, which is a couple of characters that I've been mentioning that I've been doing a roleplay thing with on Minds, but we'll get to that later. I suppose, however, we did jump the gun a little bit. We're talking about our play styles. I mean, the game's been around for a bit, but we probably should have a little bit of an introduction as to what the game is. So before we talk about what the game is about itself, how about we talk about how we came across the game?
Sounds fun.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Would you like to go ahead, actually?
Oh, okay. So
while you're on it.
Yeah. So when I first played Bloodborne, it actually came when I first got my PlayStation, and the way that this happened was, I just got my PlayStation 4 because I wanted something new, but like I wanted the new console, but I did not like all the privacy issues that the Xbox was having, and especially with the rumors that they were going to go like all digital and all this stuff. So I knew I didn't want the Xbox, so I was going to go with the PlayStation. So when I went to the thing, when I went to the store, I went to the guy who worked there, and he told me, and I told him, like, I want a couple of games. So, I'm a big hockey fan, so I picked up NHL. I think it was 15 or 16 I picked up, which is, the professional hockey video game. And then after that, I told him, I don't know what other game that I want, but I'm really into horror games. Well, the guy instead tried to get me to not get a horror game. He told me, you know, oh no. There are no good horror games for the PlayStation right now. What you need is here, play this game, Payday. It's amazing. Get Payday. And I looked at it, I'm like, this isn't really up my alley, man. But I thought I saw like a trailer for like a Jekyll and Hyde kind of game. Can I get that? And he's like, no, you're not gonna like that. It's too hard.
I like that, like he's just like, no, I know your level of like play, my guy. This is not for you.
Pushing your taste onto others. Always.
Yeah,
Also,
yeah, exactly.
Hello, Slendy.
Good.
Hi, Slendy.
So
anyways,
Payday on you.
So I take that game home. Yes. So yeah, I took Payday home. And I brought it back the same day, and I told him this game sucks. I just look, if you're into the game, that's fine. But it was awful. Like it did not interest me at all because it was a co-op game, and I couldn't ever connect to the to anybody else to play it with. So and plus, I'm kind of into shooters, but it's like to me, like a shooter is a mechanic. It's not a game in and of itself. And so it's like when the entire game is nothing but shooting, it's just not for me. So I went back and I'm like, you know, look, I really want a horror game, and I know there was this Jekyll and Hyde looking game that I saw, and he told me, well, what you're looking for is Bloodborne. It was made by the same guys who did Dark Souls, and I was like, okay, I played Dark Souls before. It was, you know, I kind of liked it. Yeah, give me this game, Bloodborne. And so he told me, you're going to be bringing it back because it's hard and you're not going to like it. Well, 6 years later, I'm still playing it on a regular basis, and it is one of my all-time favorite video games. And I also went down the rabbit hole because then I returned to Dark Souls, and I love Dark Souls. And yes, yeah, anything that Miyazaki puts his hands on, I immediately have to look into.
I can just see you in the store being like, just take my money, guy. No, just please. I just want to buy my game. Oh yeah,
and then the worst part was like the Payday game cost me $60, and then Bloodborne was like $15. So nice. It was like I got way better value out of my buying Bloodborne than I did this $60 piece of crap.
So here's the question: is the store still around, and is the guy still working there?
Yes, and I don't know.
You should go back and talk to him about that. You know, he'd be like, "Hey, do you remember me from 6 years ago? I still haven't returned the game yet."
That might be the best thing to do. Even better is like the game is also in like the game, like the cover I got for it. Unfortunately, it was tattered. It's got water stains all over it and stuff. So it's like I'll bring that with me, and I'll be like, still have it.
It adds to the charm.
It's killing me because you can't ever find a new copy of it anymore. It's like I really wish I had a better copy of the cover.
See, here's the thing: you could print your own cover, design it the way you want, and it look very nice.
Fancy.
Yeah, there's an idea. Okay, so that's how I came across the game. How did you guys come across it?
Well, Omen, I'll let you go first because I think I'm the outlier here, so you go ahead.
Yes. So Bloodborne was actually my first FromSoft game, and it goes back to one summer when I was kind of mid-university, and I was looking after some younger family members at the time, and one evening my uncle sat me down and went, "Play this, you'll really like it. It's all like about vampires and kind of spooky shit. You'll love it." And I played it for an hour or two, and I loved it. And then I had to go back home where I had no PS4. And on the drive home, I knew, I was like, oh shit. There goes like the start of what I've been saving up for. I guess I'm not getting a Cintiq. And then I sat down, ordered a PlayStation 4. Unfortunately, they used to have a deal that included it, the PS4 with Bloodborne, but that was gone. So I had to get Uncharted and Overwatch at the time. And all of the Bloodborne things were out of stock. So I was like, okay, so I have to get PS4 first of all. And then I had to write on like a note because all the places that sell video games in my town had actually shut down and closed, and they wouldn't sell them anymore in like our Tesco or Dunn stores, essentially Walmarts.
Kind of like an Irish Walmart.
Yeah, kind of smaller. So I had to write on a note, Bloodborne, Game of the Year edition. If they do not have the Game of the Year edition, I don't want it. So just get them to order a Game of the Year edition. My aunt was going to a bigger city. She went into a game store and she just handed him the slip of paper. And apparently he was like, I wish more people would just do this. Yes, we have plenty. And that evening, sat down, played it. And I've never looked back, and it has started a long, deep, and unhealthy relationship with FromSoft games.
But can they ever let you down when they always succeed?
Not yet, but we'll see.
I mean, we hope they'll always succeed, right?
Yes.
No, they're at least on a good streak, that's for sure.
Not in January.
Not in January. I think the problem we have is the moment Bloodborne 2 comes out, whether it's on the Xbox or the PS5, we will essentially have to buy it. We'll have to buy the console just to get Bloodborne 2.
Yeah.
I will like solely buy whatever console. If it comes out for PlayStation 5, I will just have a Bloodborne machine. That is, it's not okay, but that's fine.
Yeah, I'm actually on the same boat. It's like if Bloodborne 5 comes out, as much as I don't like the PS5, I will have to get one.
Of course.
Yeah.
Actually, and also, Keithy, what you're saying about the minimalist cover, that actually sounds really cool.
Ooh.
If I didn't already own Bloodborne, I would get that just for the cover.
Oh, hello, Katie. Sorry, didn't see you there.
So I think out of the three of us, I'm the only one who went very late to Bloodborne. Because for me, Dark Souls 1 was my entry. You bought the PlayStation as a Bloodborne machine. I bought the Xbox as a Dark Souls machine back in the day. Played Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. Never had a PlayStation. I knew about Bloodborne. It looked really cool. Didn't get to play it because I didn't have the PlayStation. Until one day, just by chance, I saw in the GameStop in town that they had a bundle ready with the PS4 plus Bloodborne plus No Man's Sky.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
And of course, I wanted No Man's Sky, so I bought... So I bought the PS4. I've not played No Man's Sky yet. I still have it in plastic. It's wrapped. I've not opened that and played No Man's Sky yet. I've heard it's good now. And got Bloodborne that way. So was my last FromSoft game after that, actually. All the Dark Souls games first, but I freaking loved Bloodborne when I got it. And very glad I bought the PlayStation for that.
Worth it.
Very
and I suppose that we should get into, why do we all like the game so much? Because we all said, like, we pretty much fell in love with it right away, no matter how we came across it. But why do we like it so much? Since I went first last time, maybe we'll work in reverse. Maybe we start with Chronic, then we Omen, then me.
Sure. So why do I like Bloodborne? The gameplay is tight. Everything else is fluff. I'm a gameplay person. No, the setting is very nice. I love the FromSoft approach to game design, where you don't know much about the story. It's all rather cryptic, so you can really go and piece it all together yourself. I really enjoy that exploratory aspect in the story and in the lore. And the gameplay really is very tight. Out of all the FromSoft games, I think it has one of the best gameplays. Sekiro is faster for an action game, but it only has one type of playstyle, whereas in Bloodborne, there's so many ways to play it. And it's just really satisfying to play. So even if you're just jumping on for half an hour, even do a chalice dungeon. I know a lot of people don't like them. I'm fine with that. The gameplay is just very enjoyable. And then on top of that, you add the layer of the lore and the design. It's a very different world after coming from Dark Souls. You go from all the medieval fantasy to a more Victorian era design. So that was just a really, really nice change of pace.
Did you find it, as somebody who kind of jumped in from Dark Souls, like the play style? I know Dark Souls 3 was the fastest paced, like gameplay wise, of the Dark Souls franchise, but like, did you find it to be quite a difference?
I found it better. I found the Dark Souls 3 approach a bit odd, because it felt like you're trying to play Dark Souls but at the speed of a faster game, whereas Bloodborne felt like it was meant to be the way it is. Yes. So yes, I had to readjust a bit. You heal by hitting enemies, of course, so you got to play way more aggressively.
Yes.
But after you adjust to it, after coming from Dark Souls and you adjust to the playstyle of Bloodborne, I find it to be way more satisfying and way more engaging.
Mm-hmm. So for me, what do I like most about?
I can guess.
It's full of really good waifus and husbandos. I mean, you were going into a Victorian Gothic adventure from like right off the bat. What wasn't I going to like about it? Because it was my first FromSoft game, there was a learning curve. That initial town square where they're all around the burning beast, it took me,
ooh,
gosh, when I think about it now, like I was throwing pebbles and backing away, and it took me like so long, maybe like 4 hours, I think, because I would play so tentatively.
So how long did you need to beat the first boss?
Cleric Beast wasn't bad.
Okay.
2 turns.
Wow.
Without like the Gascoigne summon. I got mauled the first time. And again,
notice how she has to like brag and say like, without the Gascoigne summon.
It's because I didn't know about the Gascoigne summon. Let's be very truthful here. Oh, but God, my first run in with Gascoigne himself, Jesus Christ. But no, if I go back to what I like about it. So apart from that learning curve, and then you develop on from Victorian kind of classical Gothic romantic setting, and you put Lovecraftian stuff on top of it. Hello, injected into my veins. I love it. So everything about the lore, the setting, the story. I'd also never experienced a game quite like this before, where a lot of the narrative is actually in environmental storytelling. It's in character design. Of course, you have to go and you have to read the item description for a lot of information instead of relying on cutscenes. So that was a really fresh and a really cool way to tell a narrative to me at the time. And then, yeah, the gameplay toy. Once I got the hang of it.
And yes, I think, Slendy, we can all agree that waifus are fantastic in the FromSoft games.
Yes.
And they're very well worth enjoying. Salem, what is your favorite thing about the Bloodborns?
Well, it's a little similar to Omen, where it's like I just like the aesthetic and the look off the bat. But as like and initially that's what I was after, was just the look of it. But also, I really do enjoy the horror elements, because it's kind of strange how it's like in the past few years, in terms of horror games, Bloodborne is one of the scariest, in my opinion, even though that it's not really meant to scare you. It's because a lot of the horror only comes when you know the context of something that's going on in the when like like what's going on. It gives it like even the imagery and the play and everything like a new meaning. So it's like something that's had seemed like it was just face value before. Now all of a sudden it is very, very it could become very disturbing. I think especially it's I think that's most prevalent in like old Yarnum, when it's like you're just walking around this this old burnt part of the city, and then all of a sudden you understand that the whole reason for it was because the townspeople burnt it to the ground. Or I'm sorry, was it the church or the townspeople? I think it was the church. Yeah, the churches slaughtered people, and they had burnt it to the ground just because just to keep like this area at bay. And so it's like once you realize that, it's like you're venturing to like a mass grave in a way, it kind of gives it a very different vibe than it did when it's just you're just like, oh, a burnt city. And a lot of it comes from what Omen was.
Okay.
A lot of it comes from what Omen was saying, where it's like it's background narrative. It's like you have to go out of the way to discover the narrative yourself. And also, just on a literary points, I've grown to really love Lovecraft, where I was just once just familiar with his work. It was kind of Bloodborne and a few other things I was coming across that made me really venture back into his work and really read deep into them. And so it's like, I have this new appreciation for it. And it's like when you're reading the item descriptions, which tell the story, it kind of reminds me of Bram Stoker's Dracula in a way, where it's like, it's not a narrative from point A to point B to point C, and then you lead up to the end. It's like, it's a culmination of journal entries, articles, and stuff, which when you put it together, you figure out the story. Yes. And it's like Bloodborne's a little similar to that. So it's like, even on like just a reading level, I find a lot of enjoyment out of it.
But Bloodborne does really well, because comparing it to other horror games, most horror games it's in your face horror, jump scares, things like that, which isn't really horror. That's just startling you. As Bloodborne, the horror is subtle because it comes through the narrative. So it's more the kind of horror that upsets your mind rather than just startling you with a loud noise.
Yeah,
so
and
it's a very different approach to horror, which is very, very lovely.
And that's the horror that I prefer, because I'm not a fan of the jump scares and stuff. But the thing is, since the jump scares are not the main appeal or pull of Bloodborne, when they do happen, they're quite effective.
Of course.
Like, to me, what'll always still get me is when you get to the cathedral ward and you're walking past the gate, past the guy with the big axe, and you're walking downward to the point where it's near where you get the monocle. Yeah. And you see the big troll at the end. You're like, okay, I'm going to walk up. I'm going to sneak attack. And then that one guy comes from the side, just rails you.
I think, again, it's a cathedral ward. It's where you go to get the top hat hunter set. And of course, if you linger there too long, suddenly you're lifted up in this black hole thing. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even do nothing. And you're dead. I think that I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah,
I was like, this is so unfair.
It just kills you right away. There's no. Unfair. That word has been uttered many a time in FromSoft games.
It's usually not, though.
There's a few unfair deaths that can happen in FromSoft game, but generally the game it's hard. But I would argue it is fair generally.
Yeah. But just to wrap up my thing. So yeah, I really fell in love with I loved the aesthetic and the look from the very beginning. So, but as time passed, what kind of made it my favorite game was the fact that there was so much more than what was just on its on a surface level. Especially when you read into like the lore, which you have to uncover yourself through the story that is in the item descriptions. And you just piece together everything that you've done up to that point. It becomes more and more unsettling, and it's in a way it's one of those things. Just like when you're reading a novel, it's like it's you are the one who has to create how real the information is. So when you're able to put things together, if you're if you're somebody who likes to explore every possible avenue, then when you notice, just how vast this tragedy is that's in the game, and there's no limits to the depravity and the malice and the carnage that's going on in Yharnam. It just it makes that hostile world very, very ominous. And it's
another thing that makes that great is like, even now I'm only really going back and starting to pay attention to like the Scholar of Menzies. You don't really get hit by everything in your first, second, third playthrough. There's so much to it. There's so much to all the different sects in all the games, like the League. The church has how many within it? Like the White Church, the Black Church, the Choir.
The Scholar of Menzies were technically still part of them before they split. They're doing their own thing.
They're doing their own thing that's very heretical.
Yes.
Because they and the Choir are very much at odds.
They are. With
one another. You had apparently the Prospectors, who I imagine they were more somewhere in between, maybe the choir, white church. I know the white church is kind of more on the experimentation, the choir at a higher form of that and are more involved with the great ones. And then the League, and then all the various other kind of stuff that's gradually introduced, or maybe once-off characters.
The game offers you the depth and richness if you seek it. You can play it at a very surface level, just go, it's a nice action game, and just play through it that way. It throws names at you, you can ignore them. But if you actually seek it out, there's a lot of depth and a lot of story to be found that you just have to seek out yourself.
Yeah, there's many different avenues as to how to play and enjoy the game, and that's the biggest strength I see with the Dark Souls and Bloodborne. You know, it's kind of funny how it's like it's a very niche game in a way, but it's also a very open game. I don't know how to describe that, but it's just it's like anybody can get into it, and yet there's a very, very passionate fan base to it. So it's like it comes across as a niche game.
And they're still very active now, even
because it's mostly. Oh yeah. Yes,
so
and,
Salem,
I'm pretty sure that they're about to be reignited once Elden Ring comes out.
Oh, I imagine so, yeah. Just to segue here, Salem, since Megatron says your waifu needs to be destroyed, which waifu is your Bloodborne waifu, Salem?
Oh shoot! I wasn't paying attention to the chat. Oh gosh, I need to catch up on that. Okay, no. So they're saying the doll needs to be destroyed. No. The doll is sweet. She did nothing. She has done nothing wrong. She is one of the nicest characters. She needs to be around. Okay, she is the sweetest thing. You do not lay a hand on her. And also very interesting, when you do lay a finger on her, it turns out that she might be a little more than what she appears to be on surface level. Which, if you read into your lore, when you read into your lore, you know, you think about all the possibilities as to what that means. Once you see what happens when you lay a hand on her, it becomes it's an example of like all those different avenues of possibilities as to like what that intends.
Sorry, I keep talking over you.
Fine.
But I'm very surprised your waifu isn't your queen.
Of the vile blood.
No. They say that as a joke. No. My Bloodborne waifu. I hate to be basic, but I got to go Lady Maria.
Okay. A vile blood after all.
A vile blood after all.
Also, yes, I mean, what's wrong with falling in love with a goth demon doll? I don't see the point or the problem, rather.
Yeah. I was about to say, aren't you literally one?
Me? Oh.
No, I'm sorry. I said, didn't you literally fall in love with one?
Well, she's certainly not at all, but the rest applies. I find it funny though that certain people seem to really like the doll, and then there seem to be other people who do not like the doll, or at least do not like people that like the doll. That is quite funny.
No, it's interesting. It wasn't the appearance of Maria that made her one of my favorite characters. It was all the stuff you find out about her. It was like, you know, once you dig into like the story behind her, she to me, it just became one of the coolest characters in the game.
Because she can kick your ass.
No. Here's an interesting thing. My very first time that I fought Lady Maria, I actually killed her in less than a minute.
Wow.
Yeah, because the character that I was facing her with, I had a huge skill level. No, is it skill? Yeah. So when I did a visceral attack, I just went, well, there goes half her health.
Damn. I just remember because I had not played the DLC yet, and Omen was showing me the DLC, and she was telling me how like difficult Lady Maria is and how it's going to be a hard fight. And she was playing, I was watching her, and she just walked into the boss fight with Lady Maria with the whirligig and just killed her in like 30 seconds, barely getting hit. And Yeah, you hyped the fight up a lot, and then you just wiped the floor with her.
Oh, jeez.
I went in with the whirligig in like its weaker phase, where it's just the stick. She got backed into a corner, and yeah, I kind of clubbed her into submission. It was very unplanned. It was first go with the whirligig as well, and I was like, oh, I like this weapon.
And since then, all you use ever is the whirligig.
No, I've used other things.
Yeah, I've really warmed up to the threaded cane myself. Yeah, which it was like the least. It's kind of interesting. The very first time I played it, I used a hunter's axe, and I looked at the cane and went, "That's dumb." And now, all these years later, it's like I look at the axe and I go, "That's dumb." And I love the, I love the cane. But it wasn't just. But I think my favorite weapon right now, I'm really, really digging the Rakuyo.
Oh.
And
is it because it's Lady Maria's weapon?
Well, actually, no. I hated it at first, but once I figured out how to use its skills, it's like moveset, then it became my favorite.
Okay.
But before that, I actually liked the rifle spear, which I know a lot of people don't care for. But I'm sorry. But I love the fact that if you can get off that charge, that R2 charge, nobody can touch you. And whatever's in front of you is about to be hit with the freight train amount of damage. So it's a little broken, admittedly.
I've not tried the Reiter Palace myself, but like I've seen people do amazing stuff with it. Mm-hmm. So definitely worth trying, I think.
Oh, and I see that Slim was saying tell us about the last goth doll girl waifu, and so yeah, when I did a playthrough of Deathmark, the main source of information and later on the antagonist of the game is the haunted doll. So that's what he's talking about.
Naturally,
yes,
makes sense. To be fair.
Yeah, and that's what a lot of people tell me, Keith, is that they're shit at parrying, where it's like, that's my main way of playing, is using the parry mechanic.
I generally, at least on my last playthrough, I did not have a parry because I was using the flame sprayer and the Tonitrus as my main weapon. So it's like, you just use the flame sprayer and then you spray things down until they die, and I don't need to, need to parry.
Yeah, I know Alyssa was just like, smash, use anger, smash.
Oh, it was good.
Yeah.
Another parrying just on it, like Keithy. I find I was really good at parrying in Dark Souls 1. Then I was really bad at parrying in Dark Souls 2. I was good at parrying in Dark Souls 3, and then again I was really bad at parrying in Bloodborne. So it just goes back and forth.
And since so it's so we're talking about a little bit of how we like to play the game and stuff. But what about the actual, like, when you start from the beginning and you're going through the game, to the middle and end, Are there any like standout points or stuff that you really liked to go about, or things that annoyed you, maybe like regarding like the story or the maybe not the story, but also maybe the setup of the game?
Can we? Are we talking spoilers as well? Just because I assume everyone in chat has played Bloodborne, but I don't want to spoiler anything.
Yeah, we can allow spoilers.
Yeah. Okay.
Warning, spoilerino is ahead.
Skip to this time code if you want to skip the spoilers.
No.
I think the very first, one of the really coolest moments to me is after you beat Rom and the Blood Moon descends, because that's just a really massive, like, what the hell is going on moment. So that is one of my favorite parts of the game.
And especially the follow-up to that, when you get back to the regular world.
Yes.
Everything is messing apart. And yes, Keith, I agree. Fuck the woods.
Well, I
like the woods, though.
No, the snake balls, no.
I like but I'm so into the outdoors, and I absolutely love all these New England like American witch tales, and it felt like I was just like, it felt like you're in like some movie about Salem, Massachusetts or something. It was so cool. I loved it. However, it was a bitch to navigate your first time.
Yes.
Oh god, I hate the Forbidden Woods so much. It's so boring. I hate the enemy designs. Small snake ball, big snake ball, man with many snakes for head. I despise the Forbidden Woods and Poison.
I like the man with the snake head, because the first time that it happens, you're not expecting it.
It's a nice surprise.
You're like, why is he grabbing his head? What is he gonna be sick? And then it's, oh my god.
What are they called? Celestial emissaries?
Yeah, the Alamals.
The Alamals. They terrified the shit out of me the first time I saw them because it was so different.
It's a surprise. You're literally walking through the woods and then there's aliens.
And you're like, the fuck?
Yeah, no, it's not. They always surprised me. Like, they always seemed like they were really weird, like weird placement and stuff. But no, what was the thing that weirded me out the most was actually when you attack them for the first time, and it's like, okay, hitting them barely does anything. You shoot them, that barely does nothing. Power attack, that does nothing. And then you find out, and then out of all the things you try, for some reason, it's the thrust attacks that apparently do the damage to them.
Yeah.
And it's like, I had to go through like my entire arsenal before it's like, I finally just thought, I'll just poke them.
It makes sense, actually, with their big blobby heads. Just imagine, pop.
I just hit them with bolt damage, and that did the trick.
But now the thing that did creep me out, though, about them, because them alone didn't creep me out. It seemed weird to see them. But when it finally creeped me out is when their white tentacle things come out.
Oh yes,
because it's like I hate, like, it makes me shiver when I see fungus or like growing on stuff that's alive, or when you see like when you see like a parasite or something alive that shouldn't be on you is on you. So it's like when those things came out, it looked like worms coming out of them. And I just, that creeps me out.
The sound they make as well, I don't know. It was just the perfect mix of them. Just suddenly there's like Alamals in the game, when really we've seen mostly just kind of traditional Gothic horror stuff, with the exception of like 2 brain suckers, maybe 3. They were just so weird. The little noise, they're like, ooh.
It's a nice surprise because it's that, like, you just don't expect that.
Yeah.
You just do not expect that. Also, yeah, Keith, I agree that lore-wise as well, like, the whole point of the Forbidden Woods is just they're forbidden because they lead to Bergenworth. So it's just a setup for Bergenworth, which unfortunately is a tiny area, which they should expand on.
So mad.
So, like, you have this massive forest, which isn't very fun, and then you get to Bergenworth, and it's like, hey, you spent 2 minutes in this area, here's the boss.
And by the way, look at all of our cool designs.
I actually do kind of like the fact that Bergenworth is small, and it has to do with the context of the story, because when you look at it, it all begins with just a few people making a discovery, which rolls into it becoming obviously a citywide, if not worldwide, epidemic in the game. And so it's like it's kind of that cautionary tale of like of like one of like that rippling effect of of greed, or of the push to discovery, however you want to describe it. It's like it's very interesting that the entire world came to its knees just because of a select few having selfish desires.
I mean, I like that. Obviously, story-wise, it makes sense for Bergenworth to be small. That's just lore-wise, it makes sense. But unfortunately, the area is so interesting that I just wish they had done more with it.
It's and
like
I said, designs are so interesting.
Yes.
You know what? Actually, they probably, Bergenworth actually probably was bigger because there's that one thing that everyone's like, why can't I open this trap door?
Actually, yeah, you're right. There's that trap door at the bottom.
And I'll guarantee you that led to a huge area, probably initially what was intended.
Or like kind of the ground zero for what they found.
It could be that the Pthumerian dungeons are underneath.
Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say that might actually, literally, that might lead to the area where you face the, how is it called? Not the blood-starved beast, but the other. I remember watching a lore video and like they were talking about it, and it makes sense that this this huge werewolf-looking monster could have been the very first beast that was made from the Blood Ministration. You face it in the dungeons. I can't remember what it was called though.
Is that it's the one that kind of looked like Sullivan's beast in Dark Souls 3?
Is that the one in the Chalice dungeons that you mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
It's guard dog or something, but I can't.
Oh, no,
remember
not the guard dog. No.
Not the guard dog.
Bloodletting Beast.
It
Bloodletting
stands
beast.
on two. It stands on 2 feet. Yeah.
Keithy is on point here.
Yeah, the bloodletting beast. There you go.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it would make sense. I think they had the Pthumerian dungeons already planned out. They just couldn't integrate them into the game, so later they put them in as Chalice dungeons, and it would, lore-wise, it would make perfect sense to go down from Bergenworth and end up in the Pthumerian dungeons.
Which, by the way, heading off those celestial beings, that's probably, to me, the prettiest part of the game is are the Chalice dungeons that feature all those. Gosh, I literally just said it. Why did I forget their name? Celestials, yes.
Keithy, you are a true gamer. I agree. While we're on the topic of
no need to upshow us, Keith.
And the Chalice dungeons, I know that most of the player base hates the Chalice dungeons and finds them a waste of time. So I'm just wondering, you two, what is your opinion on the Chalice dungeons?
I always forget about them. I'll come back later if I need the extra blood echoes. I'll go through them. They're interesting. They're grand. You can just kind of weave through them as you see fit. But yeah, I always blank.
Same. What about you?
Okay, so first time around, I hated them. Second time around, when I found out, there's actual lore that I could find down there, I had to go through them.
Of course.
So I never wanted to go through them again because I hated them. Then I found out again, wait a minute, this is where all the other weapons are that I don't have, and I could find the uncanny versions of these weapons. So I had to go through them again. Unfortunately, ever since making that discovery, every time I go to a Chalice dungeon to get the uncanny version of the weapon I want, I never get the weapon that I want. I really want the uncanny threaded king. Here's your uncanny cleaver. Here's your uncanny spear. Here's your uncanny, rifle spear. Oh, come on!
That's why I think people now share the dungeon codes.
It takes absolutely forever to get to these things.
Yes.
So when you're like me and it's like, I want this weapon, it adds to that. It adds to that rage that builds up inside you when you don't like the dungeons to begin with. Because there's cool stuff in the dungeons, but the thing is, since they're so repetitive and they're not, it really hurts the experience, So it's like, to me, you have to have to go. You just do it when you need to. But the other thing too, it's like they all lead to one of the main bosses in the game. So I don't know. It's like I feel obligated to still go check them out. I mean, Queen Yarnum is just such an important figure in the lore and such. So it almost feels like you're cheating yourself when you don't do the Chalice dungeons.
That's the problem. You have these really nice bosses hidden in the Chalice dungeons that you don't face in the main game. And enemy types that you don't get in the main game. But otherwise, you're trudging kind of through the same hallways. Like Slendy was saying there as well. It's tedious because you're just going through the same hallways. And there's, I think, how many Chalice dungeons are there? You get 12 different Chalices or something. So unfortunately, it gets very repetitive after a while.
I also, the first time that I did the Chalice dungeons, I was so over-leveled that they were really boring as well.
Yeah, and that's horrible too, because when you get to the New Game Plus, it doesn't scale with your New Game Plus.
Of course.
Because the one character I'm playing with right now, she's just one New Game Plus, and God, I'm breezing through everything, even though the harder dungeons.
Yeah, no. In a
way, we were joking about the whole poke thing. No, it's literally poke and then pray slaughtered.
Yes. And then the blood echoes that you're getting, they're not worth the effort.
Later on, you get a lot, but at the start, it's you kill a boss, 2,000 blood echoes.
Yeah. And I have to bring up one more thing. That's a bonus to the Chalice dungeons. When you find the Watchdog of the Old Lords, he comes with one of the greatest OSTs in the entire game.
And you don't get to hear it unless you play the Chalice dungeons.
God damn you, Miyazaki.
And the cool witch set. I really like that, like witch.
Oh, the witch outfit.
Yeah.
You can get, yes, the Pthumerian.
The bone ash.
Yes.
Yes.
What
What I
sorry,
like
is
as
it
well,
just ashen or is it bone ash? I forgot.
ashen one. Either or. I think bone ash would make sense because it looks quite like skeletal when you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
What I quite like as well, because talking about lore, like in the dungeon itself, there's a neat little detail actually. When you go into Pthumerian dungeons, there's skeletons around, of course, of previous explorers, and a lot of them actually wear medieval garb. Rather than modern Yharnam garb. So you can see that people have been exploring these dungeons and died here for like hundreds of years, even before, obviously, the Bergenworth scholars went there, like even in the medieval times of this universe. You already had people going down into the Pthumerian dungeons and unfortunately dying.
Yeah, and that's one of the cool things I actually find about Bloodborne's aesthetic is that, yes, it's primarily Victorian Gothic, but there is like things sprinkled in there that would be very jarring for you if you were literally from the Victorian era. Like you'd be like, why do you have why do you have a sword? Is that a war hammer? Like or shoot like just any of the like huge blades and stuff. Like they're not that they're from like if you're in the 1800s, you're talking about stuff that was literally from hundreds of years ago. That's just almost seemingly seamlessly woven into the world of Bloodborne. And It's really cool how they're able to make it all mesh together without being too like jarring.
Yeah,
I mean, because especially with like the older hunters and stuff. I mean, shoot, especially like Ludwig. You can just tell from his garb that you see on him when he's like a beast. It's like he's not wearing Victorian garb, So it's like all the stuff that's been going on has been going on for a very long time. It seems like when you play the game, it's your character comes in when it's all come to a head.
No, I mean, Yharnam has been around for a while, and the mess only just got started very badly now, but it's been going, and it's been going before this. I do like, while you're on the weapons, Ludwig's Holy Blade is a fantastic weapon, and that is one of my go-to weapons usually. It's my comfort weapon.
Another freaking... Oh, no. Well, you're not talking about the Moon Greatsword. You're talking about his Holy Blade. Okay.
Holy Blade, not the Moonlight Greatsword.
Shoot, because I was just about to say I was going to talk about one of my favorite OSTs in the entire game, which was when he picks up that blade, and I know everybody brings it up, but it is still one of the most powerful and coolest moments in the entire game. I'm going to reiterate a lot of things people have said, but it is so cool when he finally stops neighing for 2 seconds. And his human eye widens, and he picks up his sword, and he's like, he's like, you were by my side. You're by my side this whole time, my guiding moonlight. And it just, when he puts the sword up and he covers his beast part of his face, and you just see the human eye. It is just so cool to see. It's like because he's been built up so much during the game. And even more so since it's DLC. So it's like you could have beaten the entire game and you never got to meet Ludwig. And so it's like when you go through everything of Bloodborne and all of a sudden you're finally face to face with, one of the OGs. It comes across as so impactful. And it's just amazing because like when that music starts, it's like you're fighting this like this legend that's been built up in the game, and it's like the way that the fight is made, it definitely feels like that since he's so hard of a boss to beat. And
it's funny actually that you mentioned how hard the boss is, because I find the boss quite difficult now, but the very first time I faced Ludwig the Accursed,
God, that was amazing.
So Omen was playing the game and I was watching her screen, PlayStation share, whatever. So I was like, let me try this. So Omen gave me control of her game through PlayStation Share. So I had a 2-second input delay, and I literally walked into Ludwig the Accursed with her whirligig with a 2-second input delay and just beat the boss easy peasy. And from that moment on, every time now I fight Ludwig the Accursed, I die at least 5 times before I beat him.
I will say what I find with Ludwig, one-on-one, it's a beautiful fight, and the score, when the second half of the score kicks in, the strings, the choir, like on the top of their toes, singing, Hands down, my favorite track, closely followed by Gearman's theme. But the extra health he gets in co-op, that's a killer. That is a killer.
60% more health.
And it's fine if you have somebody with you, but if somebody dies early and you're dealing with Ludwig with extended health, the sweat comes through.
To me, the I don't know. It's like it depends on how leveled up I am, because it's just he gets that extra health. But the thing is, it's like if you're able to play smart, it's fine. But it's kind of let me restart. What I'm saying is, like, when I'm playing Ludwig and I'm at a high level, I can deal with him alone. But even though he gets the extra health when you're at a lower level, I still need help, because I just kind of let other people act as the distraction so I can get in there and just, womp on them. But it's hard to figure out what to do about it when you're at a lower level, because, one charge from him and you're dead.
Yeah.
The charge, it's painful.
But am I the only one who finds him a lot harder in his first half than his second half?
Yes.
His sword is a lot easier to dodge. I find his rather frantic first phase is hard. Yeah, it's much more difficult in a way.
But at the same time, though, I wonder if that's intentional, because he wants to, when he's able to finally, rediscover himself, he almost wants to. To me, I've always interpreted it as he wants to go down with dignity as a human being.
He's trying. I just feel so bad for him, but then I don't actually. When you talk to him, and he's like, "Oh, are my church warriors the honor of the Spartans I wanted them to be?" And I go, "No," and then he just gets very upset, and then you kill his head.
That's why I never talk. That's why
he just passes into the night, and I just
that's why I never talk to him, because I'm like, sleep, just go to bed.
I always loved the detail, though, that depending on the armor that you wear, like, he's one of two characters. Yes. Actually, no, because some of the NPCs also will react if you're wearing the church, any sort of church armor, which I think is really cool.
It's a nice detail.
Yeah.
I think I like the townsfolk react specifically to Gascoigne's attire. I think I always found that interesting. It's like you don't ever really get specific reactions to specific attire except for that. It's not even that big of a thing.
It's just a really nice extra detail.
Does his daughter actually?
No, you can even bring Gascoigne to her window, and there's no reaction. And I do know if you play her music box, if you summon Gascoigne, because you can summon him to help you around the starting area, he just chuckles.
Yeah, he just giggles. Well, not giggles, but chuckles to himself about it.
Yeah, he's kind of like the Clint Eastwood of Bloodborne. It's like he can't show too much empathy. Too much joy for the cute things. But it's like it's like I love it. I love that laugh, because it's like it almost feels like it's him cracking a smile.
Yes.
I also think he probably culled so many people playing for the first time.
I found him a lot
Yeah.
I can't remember what I watched, but I remember watching some kind of review of it, and he says, "And now to get to the guy that made 80% of you drop the game on your first playthrough." But it's funny because I'm such a parry guy, so it's like now I fight Gascoigne. He is one of the easiest bosses in the game once you figure out how to parry perfectly.
Of course. I don't bother with the parry. I just go in with the axe and I do the spin to win move, at which point it knocks him over every single time you spin to win. So like he can't even get up on his feet anymore. But parrying trivializes him as well.
Yeah.
And yes, Slendy, I agree. It's just really good. Like every time you play through the game, there's just something new to discover. It just keeps on giving.
Yeah, and especially it's interesting because it's like that's the other thing too. Like when you don't look into this stuff, Gascoigne just seems like another character. But it's like once you read into the lore and the item description and everything, you really feel bad for him after you've killed him. I mean, maybe you're making things easier for him by putting him down, but it's like the whole story surrounding him is very sad.
Yes.
You know, obviously his daughters, you know, his then you find out that he probably killed his wife. And you also find out that, you know, there are foreigners to a very hostile city that doesn't like foreigners. And it all, you know, it gives meaning to a fight, which, you know, unless you read that stuff, would just be another guy in the way.
I love that really like garbled and strangled, like, forgive me when you defeat him.
Mm-hmm. And it's like, it's like that wouldn't have any impact if you didn't take the time to read and look into this stuff.
Yeah, Keithy, I agree.
It's
like that's
yeah.
an interesting note. Actually, I did not realize that.
Yeah, people said this has been debunked because I myself tried it and I immediately died. People said like the music box when you're facing Murgo's wet nurse, if you played it, that she would make a noise. No, it didn't happen. And all happened was I got killed when I played the music box.
You didn't play the music box hard enough.
Oh God. So yeah, we love the game. But so something that I finally did was I started listening to other people who played it, and like, you know, they would have their own stories for characters and stuff. So, you know, I, you know, decided to do what other people did, which was get, you know, that's the cool thing about this game with, you know, having your player be like a blank slate, is that you could put your, you know, your own story into your character in the game. So I started kind of doing that, and I know that other people did as well. So I guess I'll start with you guys. You guys seem to have some characters and that you've made for the game, and you kind of gave them more information, you know, more in-depth stuff to go with it than just you know, the blank slate that's given to you.
Every character I make is a self-insert because I have no imagination.
Well, Chronic, I've got this perfect place for you to work at. It's called the comic book industry.
Perfect. I'll get a job there. Omen, actually, if you want to go ahead, and then because yours, I think, leads very well.
And also, and the other thing too, it's like if you guys, I mean, everyone here is playing Bloodborne, knows what Bloodborne is, but it's like you want to know how big of an impact this game has. It's just type in Bloodborne fan art or fan fiction or whatever, and just look at the endless surge of everything people have made.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay, so if I'm up first,
and we're going to showcase some of that.
I actually think. Yeah, let's start with Ariala.
Yeah. Okay, so I will just start the screen share on our end. Hold up.
Which, by the way, if you are going to look up the doll stuff, make sure you have your NSFW filter on.
Of course. Wait, no, you want the filter off.
Yes.
Clearly.
I will assume people are seeing her now. Yeah.
No. I got to click add to stream. There we go.
Okay. So yeah, this is also the very start when I was trying to move away from being too anime, thanks to art college. So I actually quite like, we're going to see a progression of style as well. Yes, Keefe knows, and I'll put up the other images after. But this was kind of when I first started getting out of my hack and slash. I suppose, like, I was very comfortable with the cleaver for a lot of run throughs, and I wasn't really experimenting. So this was kind of my first push at that. So Ariala is an old RP character of mine, and a lot of her backstory involves actually being from a large family of hunters that are like zealous Christians. So that translated over very good to being members of the church, specifically the Black sect, who are just, here's how we deal with things. We just wipe everything out. So she was perfect. So she was kind of the first. I said, okay, so she uses only church gear, and she's not going to use the white church gear because she's far more aggressive. So black church gear. I started with the Kirk hammer, and then I eventually ended up using Ludwig's blade for all of it. But apart from that, I mean, her story is quite typical. Zella doesn't feel any remorse from what she's doing. If you're not with the church, yeah, you can go die. You're committing heresy. You're a disgusting pig. You're a kin. You're this.
So no
Even with the
atheists in
choir-
Yarnum?
Oh, yeah, no, we can't have that. So a very straightforward playthrough, and because I had a lot of background for her, like previously, she wasn't too much of a challenge to kind of port over and to refine. Just for a bit of fun then as well, from the art style of things, I can just...
I think if you double click, it should switch. Let's see if it's switched over.
Sorry.
Nope. Okay, we need to start.
Yeah, sorry guys. Learning as
Technical
you go.
difficulties.
I should also mention, now that you're bringing that up, you drew that one, then you drew a Hunter of Keith's, and then
Yes.
this actually, it was this the icon that I'm talking about right now. Oh, there we go. I see it.
Yep.
Yeah.
It looks like I have to actually be the one to click to add it in. So yeah,
okay.
actually, we had a Bloodborne server that we were all sharing images that we were playing with the characters we were sharing images of the characters that we were playing as, and Omen took the one that me and Keith were playing as, and then she made all three of these.
Mm-hmm. So that's just extra fluff.
As we can see, Salem is currently using it as his profile picture.
Yes.
I still use it at other places as well. This is one of my favorite pics. At the time I buzzed my head, so it's like I literally could make it look like me IRL. So that's kind of what I did. But
that's a
nowadays,
self-insert.
yes, but I don't do it anymore because now I find it cringe. But it's kind of weird though. I don't have my goatee is nowhere near that long anymore, and my hair is almost to my shoulders. So
wow.
Oh, nice. Well, look, it's an illustration. Some embellishment is allowed here and there, I think.
Definitely.
Yeah. So
I think I got told one time that they didn't know why I had black lips.
Oh, okay, interesting.
Again, at this point, because I was trying, this has nothing to do with Bloodborne, this is all art college stuff. They really. Mm-hmm.
I was just saying that, like, I didn't know how to react to that because it's like I don't see it. I just see it as a whole, like, this is how we distinguish the pale skin against pale lips.
Yeah, it's certainly not meant to come across that way. I was doing a lot of studies from the Castlevania anime and kind of how they had simplified Ayami Kojima into a more refined and simpler style for animation. And yeah, that's some art. And we'll move on to the next character.
Actually, I think before we move on, how about Salem? Tell me about your character here.
Okay, yeah.
Well, I actually stopped playing with this character because like I said, it felt weird doing the self inserts.
Very fair.
What? I said what?
I'm just saying very fair if it feels weird using a self insert for role playing.
Yeah, but it's interesting though because it's like, I still like it as my profile picture because it's like, it looks like me in or what I used to look like in Bloodborne attire. That's cool. But I mean, I still have the character, but I just don't play with him anymore. But I've ditched Gascoigne's cap and I wear Lady Maria's hat because I have this thing for tricorn hats. I love tricorn hats.
Bicorns are better.
You're okay to be wrong, but okay. I mean, look, all I'm saying is when Jack Sparrow keeps losing his hat, the entire movie has to be put on pause, okay?
Of course.
So it's like if tricorns are if they can make Jack Sparrow pause everything because he has to get his hat, then that just shows you the power of the tricorn. All right.
I have no dog in the bicorn tricorn fight.
wear one, Omen. Then
Some
you'll have a
hats are
dog.
nice.
The worst kind of people are the ones who cannot choose between a tricorn and a bicorn.
Some hats are nice.
No. No, there is only one choice.
Hatless.
I like both. I just think if you're Navy, a bicorn. If you're not Navy, a tricorn.
Oh, okay. But that kind of stems from I'm a huge Revolutionary War dork, so I'm that's where that comes from.
Of course. And oh nope, it broke again. There we go. I think Salem, you'll have to always click like accept when we want to share.
Yeah, it looks like we will.
All good.
So like this was a sketch. This was the first co-op run through that we did.
Mm-hmm.
So my character is Alyssa, and she's the very angry, cotton candy haired looking lady. And then we have sweet Nevis.
We have Nevis on the left, my scaredy boy, who is having a very hard time in Yharnam. As Omen already mentioned, this was our first co-op game. This was the first time for me to actually play through the entirety of Bloodborne and the DLC. So the character was kind of meant to represent that in a way. So Nevis started off as a scaredy cat. He's an army man. Actually, he is in the army, but he was in the army purely for, I'm going to go through the ranks because this is an easy life and I get an easy pay. And then he gets to Yharnam and everything goes...
When you're just past to Yharnam.
Yes, everything just gets messed up. So he's actually a very scared character at the start. And Alyssa, Omen's character in this case, really had to save his ass a few times at the start.
Yes.
That awkward moment when you get out of the... That awkward moment when you get PTSD after the army instead of during.
With Alyssa, she had the... was it the violent past?
I think that's what you
background
chose,
and nice and vague. She's just come from a severely abusive household. Here you don't really see it, but the more I worked on her, and you'll see it later in the artwork, but like when she first gets to Yharnam, she has escaped from the predicament that she has been in, and she is severely malnourished. We're just bringing up that picture now. And she is found kind of collapsed just getting into Yharnam because she hears, go to Yharnam, they have treatments to make you strong. Passes out, she's wrapped up, she's bandaged. You can see that she's actually had one breast completely removed because of some monstrous attack that she's managed to survive. And then I'm pretty sure through just sheer aggressive willpower, she's like, no, I'm not dying. She also has the help of a very lovely but skittish military guy who's just been posted to Yharnam, so he's keeping himself busy by I'll check in on the clinic, make sure everything's okay there. And she kind of builds up a very slow trust with Nevis, and ends up kind of helping him out along the way. She gets her blood administration, and it goes pretty well. Sorry.
She definitely looks like she's doing well.
Yeah, she
looks less malnourished here.
She's had time. She has been looked after. She's not fully there, and the patient gown is quite baggy, so it's good. But her face is looking nice. And she kind of, I think it's the first time that she aggressively kind of helps Nevis, kind of saves his butt when he's kind of come in and he's shutting all the doors because the hunt is going super, super badly. So I'm a runaway, I think is fair.
Yep.
Yeah. No, she helps him out, and they're both like, okay, I guess the hunt is on. Let's get out of this together.
Yeah, just to lead over from that, actually, to Nevis, yes. So, like I was saying, Nevis kind of reflected my very first time going through the entire game. So he starts off quite scared, hard time for him, until he finds a very nice church weapon. And, oh yes, Salem, I'll need you to share the screen again in a second. How does this work here? It froze. There we go. So Nevis, hard time in Yharnam. Alyssa generally saving him whenever he needs it, whenever he needs saving, which happens a lot. But no, after a while he figures it out and he finds his weapon of choice. And just to share this here, Salem, if you would, please. Thank you. His weapon that he finds and discovers and makes good use of is the Flame Sprouter. And yeah, if anyone has ever used it, it's the most broken thing I can think of.
Couldn't get close.
I'm just jealous watching this, okay?
So Nevis discovers that everything can be cleansed with fire. And from then on, he has a hell of a good time in the Yharnam hunt. Simply just spraying everything down repeatedly.
Just look at that number in the right-hand corner.
Oh, it was glorious. The boss actually couldn't attack anymore. Like, as long as the flame was on it, it would just get stuck.
It kept, like, yeah, it was just in stun lock.
So it was just flame, 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 flame.
This was amazing to watch. Like, I fire a couple of bullets now and again just to do something in this fight because it was all Nevis. I tried to get in a nice heavy attack, but then Bloodstar Beast, she'd freak out and move. But yeah, no, that was glorious.
That was good. That's how that went. And then we did a second playthrough about a year later. Second time through Yharnam, so to speak. At this point, Nevis had become quite aggressive in his playstyle. He switched it up. He found the Tonitrus, which is very nice. You know, electrical weapon. So electric weapon, bolt weapon in one hand, flame spurter in the other. Everything dies rather quickly. And in my head, I tied it all nicely together because obviously electricity is not fire. But I mean, in reality, if you hit something with enough lightning, it will burst into flames. So once again, the Tonitrus is just a means to an end to make everything light up nice and bright.
And it's amazing.
That is actually a weapon that that's actually a weapon that when I returned to, I actually found it to be very, very enjoyable. Mm-hmm. However, it starts to wear off on me once I realize that its moveset is very limited.
It literally has like, oh, I can attack or I can buff it to attack.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't have a trick weapon mode properly.
Mm.
I think it's nice in the co-op mode, just particularly as well, this combination. Like, Nevis is very, he's arcane build.
Yeah.
And Alyssa is just like strength. I think I might have put in enough skill to use the old hunter's bone. But she is pure strength. So whatever escapes Nevis's fire, usually Alyssa is there with the wind up for a smackdown with the whirligig. And it's disgusting.
We even tied it nicely in because, you know, Salem, how on the Tonitrus you have to flick it on to get electric damage, like extra bolt damage for 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So because Nevis essentially has PTSD at this point, but he's just way too high and off his face to care, it's kind of like his fidget spinner. So he just flicks the Tonitrus every 5 seconds. Even when I wasn't in combat, I was just flicking his Tonitrus, just like click, click, click.
Oh yeah, I actually used it as there is a way that I used it, which was I can't remember which boss it was, but there was a boss that I was facing that I knew between each attack, if I had flicked it 4 times, that's with its normal attack, I could parry it right away. But
so you could time it perfectly, essentially, based on the flicks you were doing.
Yeah, but the problem was I forgot what boss it was.
That's all right.
But I do remember it's like, you know, I was just playing it and I was just like, it was just something I noticed was that, you know, the start and the delivery of the attack, and I realized, oh, wait a minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, open, 1, 2, 3, 4, open, and then it's like that. And then when I realized that, it became very useful.
It's like a rhythm game at that point.
Mm-hmm. So is
tell us about your characters.
So I don't have a lot of pictures of mine, unfortunately, because I was going to take some today, but there was too big of a glare on my TV. I didn't know how to screen cap, and I was away from my television because I'm in the middle of trying to move my stuff to a new house. So I've been kind of scattered, but I do have I have a lot more characters, but I've been working on 2 of them a lot during my playthroughs. I've begun doing a bit of a I used to cringe at fan fiction, but I love Bloodborne too much that that I decided, you know what, everybody online talks about their hunters and their backstories and stuff. So it's like there's nothing different than what I'd be doing. So what I ended up doing was I came up with a couple of the characters that I made. I decided to go the Dracula route, and I'm like telling their story through journal entries, letters, and like let's see here, not magazine articles, essentially declarative statements through like passages of law and parchment and such. It's easier to see when you see what I'm doing, but essentially what I tried to do was, I love the novel Dracula. I figured I'd do it kind of the same way, where it's like you piece together the story going on when you read all the entries together, all the journal entries and the letters and such. And
if
so,
I'm not mistaken, you can read your entries on Minds, aren't you? Like you're posting.
Yes, I do have
Minds,
that.
right?
I'll actually, here, I got the link to it, so I'll just drop it in the chat, and then maybe after the stream, I'll put in the channel description or something. But yeah, I'll drop it there, and that's where it begins. And so it's actually featuring 2 of my characters, because they both kind of needed each other to tell their stories anyways. So and I'll bring up a picture of them pretty soon. I'll give a little bit of what's going on with them, but I won't give away too much. That way people who want to read it can read it.
Of course.
But I do have here, one second. Let me see if I can share screen. Okay, don't show these tips again. Okay, let's try the brief tab. Okay, I don't know if this will work or not.
Just go for it.
Try it. Ah, yes.
Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is just a close-up of the main character, which I have to say, so this is about 2 of my female characters, whereas most of the characters I make for Bloodborne are male. So I found it very interesting that I decided to go with this, because these were the ones that I made relatively recently compared to the others. But anyways, so I made this is Rachel Ravenwood, and she is of a noble lineage. She's actually a royalty lineage, I should say, in a foreign land, and she has a hobby of being a detective. And so she gets a missing persons case, and that missing persons case has a trail that leads to Yharnam. So she's heading over there, and with her while she's heading over there, she meets up with her sister before she leaves, which is the other character, and named Megan. And they both talk to each other before they leave. And so on the way over, Rachel, she starts noticing that things are amiss, and then her coach is attacked by one of the beasts of Yharnam, that werewolf one that you see very early in the game. And once she has been mauled, she is then taken into Yharnam, where she gets the blood treatment, and then everything falls, and then everything continues from there. But then once she has been gone for a while, her sister pursues, and I think I'll share that one second. Stop screen. Okay. And then let's see if I can get the other one up. And she's supposed to look like her, so she's not very much different. Realistically, this is probably just out of laziness for the day, but I mean, she is related, so I don't know. I don't feel too bad. Nope, wrong one.
Oh,
that's their father.
Ah.
He's not even a character.
Tree in game.
He's not even a character. He's just I just made a representation to show, to give him a face. Now let's see.
Putting a face to a name often helps the character come alive more.
Mm.
Yeah, it's true. But then this is her. Oh wait. Yeah, this is her sister, I believe. Yeah, so this is Megan, and she is actually her half sister, which the reason for that is actually it will tie into some of the narrative that goes on between the two of them later on. The king had an affair and had this girl, but the thing is, well, if anything were to happen to my other kid, I have another one to take to her place. So,
oh yes, a case of the spare heir.
That is a very horrible mindset to have.
Yeah, he's not the nicest of guys, but here's the thing: he, unlike other royalty dads, like the Sultan from Aladdin, the king actually says, "Oh, wait a minute, my royalty daughter has an interest in a detective work. Well, shit, go ahead and do that. Have fun, because problem solving is great for is a great quality for a king or a queen to have." And so he's supportive in some ways.
That's good.
Yes.
But anyway, so Megan is actually so she's Rachel's half sister, and she is taken into the family still, but she is just a servant, though she had a interesting taste, and she really liked attending the royal graveyard. So she's an undertaker. And she's often despite the weird upbringing that they've had, her and Rachel are like the best of friends. So there's supposed to be like a strong bond between the two, which actually plays into what what comes up later in the story that ensues that I've got going on, because as you can summon people into the other worlds in Yharnam.
Yes.
So I took that game mechanic, and I kind of added into. Well, it's not even a game mechanic, because there's even like lore stuff that ties it in. But I figured that'd be an interesting way to keep it, to have them interact with one another. But unfortunately, something to remember though is that there are two kinds of bells that have people come across one another. So,
yes.
I don't, I'm not sure if their interactions are going to be pleasant or not. But the other thing, the big thing though, is that Megan just pursues, then comes into Yharnam. So that's how she gets there. So you got the two of them. Essentially, Megan is on is just following Rachel, and it's just a game of catch up, because Rachel is vigorous in her pursuit. However, because of the nature of Yharnam, this isn't really spoiling much, but she is probably going to start to lose her focus as to why she was even there to begin with.
And that's how later you'll tie the two stories together, essentially.
Yep, that's the plan. Mm-hmm. And the thing is, too, it's like I do plan on, with like the letters from the character that isn't in the game, their father, I think that I'm going to have like letters and like declarative statements that he writes, give a little more insight as to what what's going on between the two.
Yes.
Because there's stuff that I'm not revealing right away that I do want to reveal later on, so it can create some tension as to what's going on. But aside from the extraterrestrial beings and the monsters and everything that are in the game, but yeah, so it's more of like a writing project than it is artwork. But it's I'm having fun with it. It's just fun role playing.
Of course. Look, I mean, just to grab what you said at the start, there's a difference between fan fiction and fan fiction.
Yes.
There's the gratuitous fanfic, and then there's the proper fan fiction where you set something in an already established universe. So, you were saying it's cringe or whatever, but like, do not feel bad about setting something in an established setting. There's a very big difference between that.
And I think what changed my mind, like I said, was that I kind of once I realized that everybody was like, attributing like a story to all their blank slate characters and stuff, it was like, okay, so I mean, if people are already doing that, then I hope that this wouldn't seem like it's overkill.
I think fan fiction kind of gets a very bad rap. There has been some awful ones and awfully gratuitous, like self-gratuitous ones. But I mean, at the end of the day, it's like me drawing like my own character, but I'm using all of the Bloodborne kind of gear and whatever. You're still like flexing your creative muscle, and fanfic definitely is a good way for writers to do that without having to worry, oh Jesus, I have to set up an entire world that makes sense and all that, because you have all that backdrop to you, and if you're having fun just kind of playing around in a world that already exists, I mean, it's great practice.
Yeah And I don't know, at the end of the day, I'm having fun with it, so. And
that's the most important
That's
thing.
what counts, exactly.
Life is too short to not be cringe. Absolutely.
Very true. Very, very true.
And last thing I'll say is like, my big goal though is to not contradict any of the Bloodborne lore. So it's like as far as our story goes, it would be contained within everything that you play in the game as. So it's like, there's nothing that changes anything that goes on. And but I think that because your characters do have blank slates, there is enough room so it's like you can have an engaging story woven into the story of Yharnam.
Of course.
I think the Lovecraftian backdrop as well also helps, because a lot of his characters were actually very unimportant.
It's more about the overarching event
and kind of the themes that are interwoven into that.
Yes.
So it works.
So yeah, that's what I've been working on, and I've got other characters too. Like I've got a serial killer character, and she is a lot of fun to play as. I've got this character that when I returned to like doing a Bloodborne playthrough, which he actually was turning into one of my favorites, and then I had to drop it just because life got crazy. So I'll return to him. He was like my blood tinge build with the bloodletting weapons, and I had obviously my first character was the one that looked like me, and then I've got I don't know, I've got a few other characters, but it was I really got kind of passionate about the story that I thought of between these two, so I decided I'll do this, and I also really wanted to write a love letter to like my love of the format of Dracula, and so I thought I would do that. But yeah, so yeah, those are the characters I had. Did you guys have more art you would like to showcase?
Yeah, I actually need to also wrap up Alyssa, because we've never actually. I have one actually more later
in-game shot.
In-game shot.
Let me just show
okay.
You'll see her. She's obviously a girl full of life and enthusiasm, and you can see the brightness, that twinkle in her eye, and yeah, she's great.
She looks happy and excited and having a grand old time.
She's not having a bad time.
No, that is true. That is very true.
She falls into the league, as you see from her garb. I just liked the crown of illusions, but usually she does wear the full like Volter Confederate garb. And yeah, that's okay. She really finds herself at home with the League. It's very aggressive, which matches her. Stomp out all the vermin. It's perfect. The whole time of the hunt, because of all of the abuse and violence that she experiences as a child and within her family growing up, the world that she's seeing in the hunt is a lot more honest to her. And she's like, well, yeah. This is how things are, and it's about time that the world is showing how it truly is. So she is actually quite. I won't say happy, She's not happy,
Content.
but it is what it is. It's reality
what it
to
is.
her, and it's just a more honest reality.
It's almost like those. It's gosh, what was it? It was an episode of the Simpsons where it was joking about doom preppers, and it was funny, but it was like this kind of like, oh geez, like it was like this kind of like, damn kind of moments in the Simpsons where these doom preppers were so happy to see like this incident that was what they thought was the end of the world, and but then it turns out obviously that it wasn't the end of the world. But then somebody, I can't remember, a character says, why did you want the end of the world to happen so bad? And he says, because it'd be the one time where I could do the stuff that I was good at.
That is quite sad,
Yes.
actually.
And so it's like, that's kind of what your character Alyssa has reminded me of, where it's like, she's finally able to be in her element.
I wouldn't even say that. It's just that she's going like, the world isn't faking being nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And the one thing, like what she would say about most characters, she refers to them mostly as like a boy or a girl. Like Nevis as a full grown man, she goes, don't worry, Nevis, you're a nice boy. So there's very much a childlike way to her thinking, whereas adults, like you're a bad man. You're a bad woman. Like when she uses more adult terms, that's kind of how you know where she's at with you.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, and that's kind of Alyssa. The hunt is kind of sadly perfect for her. I think she'd actually have much more trouble with waking up from the dream and having to deal with being outside where people can be nice, if that's
going back
possible
to a life that isn't just killing and bloodshed.
Isn't violent, yes.
Mm.
So she's caught in her own loop of having experienced a realistic world. You're thrown into the dream world / nightmare / hunt, and it's a feedback loop for her. But she finds a happy family in the League. And with Nevis, of course. So yeah, and that wraps it up for Alyssa.
Nice.
I had 2 bonus then images. I think you flicked to one of them.
Yes, I went. There you go.
Yeah, these are just various outfits. She doesn't really care. Clothes are fine. Do you want to dress in more boyish clothes or girl? She doesn't care. Because the waist always looks a bit funny because of her malnourishment. So the waist is super thin, and then all the blouses and shirts and pants are much puffier. So this is, yeah. And also pink is totally her color.
Totally. Okay.
I mean, it's everywhere, so.
Yeah.
I just flick over to one character I have left to show off, which isn't a real character to speak of, but it's worth showing off. So there's this Eurobeat song. I don't know how many people here know Eurobeat, but it's a kind of high energy 90s European dance music. And there's this Eurobeat track called Gas, Gas, Gas. I'm going to step on the gas tonight, and so on. It's about racing and going fast. And so a friend of mine wanted to prove to me that he can start the game of Bloodborne and beat Gascoigne within 10 minutes of playing the game. So he kept creating new characters in my PlayStation called Gas, Gas, Gascoigne. And now I've deleted it down to this one memorable character that is saved here because that's when he actually beat it. It was 6 minutes and 24 seconds. And yeah, he kept making new profiles and new characters, trying to prove to me that he can beat Gascoigne within 10 minutes of playing the game and essentially speedrun the way to Gascoigne. And this character is just a memento of the time and of the moment when he actually managed to do his 10-minute Gascoigne speedrun.
6 minutes and 24 seconds.
6 minutes and 24 seconds, yes.
I do seeing the other characters on your thing. I suppose I'm reminded. We should probably mention what the whole thing is with our thumbnail on the stream.
Oh yeah.
Oh, the nice poster art. You should put that up actually for a second, just so people can
Here, let me
look
see if
at
I
the
can.
glory again.
I don't know if I can. 1 second.
You can do it.
And for some reason, I can't put down your screen share. Oh, that's weird.
I just took it down. There you go.
Okay, let me see if I can figure out how I can share it. Did I upload it to Minds, maybe?
I used it as the picture from Minds when you made the announcement.
Here we go.
No.
So here, I'm just going to do it this way. So open image in new tab. Yep. Okay. So I'm done with that one. I'm done with that one.
This image.
Okay. So sorry, I'm just trying to figure everything out. Okay. I'm hyping it up. I'm sorry. Okay. I got it now.
Boomer Salem.
Hey, you should see the amount of tabs I have. I have like 60 tabs. Okay, Brave tab here, extra large. Okay. So yeah. So me, Omen, and Chronic played Once Upon a Time. And we came up with actually it was you, Omen, that came up with the story between our 3 characters. So why don't you mention what
I actually can't remember my character's name. I know they're all male. I know they all have a name beginning with J.
Mm-hmm.
And I know the whole plot. I was like, because we were drinking at the time as well. It was just a nice chill weekend hangout where we're like, yeah, we'll just shoot the shit. We'll have a few drinks. We'll play Bloodborne. And I was like, well, okay, obviously the story is they're on a bachelor party
in
Yarnum on the night of the hunt, and our trio have lost the groom. And that's kind of it. It is just the hangover. Or they can't remember where they lost the groom. The groom could be dead. We don't really know yet.
Yeah,
it's
so
about
we're just
the journey.
Yeah, so all 3 of our hunters are just aimlessly wandering through Yarnum looking for their groom.
It would make a perfect series, though.
I'd watch it.
I would watch that.
Yes, and I think my favorite thing that I did with this, I mean, it's not a good poster, but I think it's part of the funny charm to it is that it's crudely put together.
It works
because actually, it's supposed to say some guys can't handle blood echoes, but I couldn't fit that on there.
No, Yarnum is perfect. I also love that you use the celestial.
Yes, that's what I was gonna say. It's like you can even see that it wasn't even a full picture of it because it's like it was in the corner of the image that I cropped out, so you can see this straight line, right?
No, I love it. I love them. I would absolutely just go around the orphanage, like picking up and collecting.
And that's exactly why you've got that. Why you're holding it.
Yes.
And hopefully we'll pick up on it again sometime. But yeah, we've been last time all 3 of us played together, we were doing this Hangover Bloodborne edition.
It was fun.
It's a perfect setup.
Although 3 people, oh god, I felt bad for Gascoigne.
Yeah.
It was like beating an old man.
It was disgusting. It was absolutely horrendous.
Yeah. But you know
if
what?
you want to trivialize Bloodborne for yourself, get 2 co-op partners, and most of the bosses just can't handle it anymore. Unless
there are some bosses that I still find on the upgraded version, not the first time you find them, but the Watchdog of the Old Lords of the Old Lords. He seems to be insanely hard, even with 2 assistants.
Yeah, I mean, with 2 assistants, he would have double health as well. Like that could be tough.
It's just that the AI. I mean, look, they're not meant to focus on multiple people. The AI is supposed to like focus on 1 player, preferably. So when others get thrown into the mix, they kind of break a bit. Not that they break, but yeah, it's just not fair to them.
So while we're on the topic here, since we had the poster up for the Hangover, the Bloodborne Hangover,
oh my god!
If they were making a Bloodborne mini-series for TV, what would you guys like to see in a Bloodborne mini-series? We will assume that it will be a good adaptation and not a typical Hollywood adaptation. So if they were going to do an actual good adaptation, a Bloodborne mini-series,
so the first,
what would you guys like
so you're saying the first 2 seasons of Castlevania?
Yeah, Okay, Leia, let's say it's a 10-episode Bloodborne series. It doesn't have to be the plot of the game, but just Bloodborne. What would you like to see?
It is the dream. It is 10/10.
But what content would you like in it?
Ooh. The
Ooh.
protagonist would have to be silent and like hooded at all times for me personally.
So you would like it about an unknown hunter?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I actually do like that. And actually, I was going to say something a little similar, except I was going to say go with the main Bloodborne garb you see on all the promotional material, but never show the character's face. So like keep the what is it called? The thing that the cowl, is it?
Cowl, yeah.
Okay,
Or
keep
like,
the cowl and the hat up.
Mm-hmm.
So wear the tricorn hat, cover the face, get the coat, and have them be silent, just like in the game, and kind of tell the story. Like I would say, incorporate the like the townsfolk a little more into the series, but not necessarily like you have to see them all the time. But it's like like have their whisperings or like the things they're saying off screen kind of tell the story.
So you both would like something similar to The Mandalorian, kind of, where you have a character
talks.
without the Mandalorian talks, but I know what I mean, like no
Yes.
name. Technically, you don't see his face. So you'd like a Bloodborne kind of plot around an unknown hunter.
Yeah,
I
think the other thing I would add in is also make sure that all the antagonists don't have other motives than the ones that have been in the game before.
Mm-hmm.
I also don't want the antagonist to be like, especially with the church characters, don't make them too sympathetic.
Of course.
My thing with the hunter being kind of silent and faceless, I think if you're actually trying to write a hunter story too much on top of the Bloodborne story, like people are here for the story of Bloodborne, we're not here for your hunter story might be amazing, but we're not here for that. We're here for Bloodborne because that's what we know. So I actually think the less about your character, which is really weird because I usually love kind of character studies and very well written characters, but I think much like a Lovecraftian story, the main character would be a vehicle to kind of view and go through the plot. Obviously it makes things happen because the hunter is the one killing and slaying bosses and coming into contact with other NPCs, but they are largely insignificant
to the plot.
Yes.
Interesting. So you both want kind of an unknown hunter story, whereas Keith mentioned there he would like to see a Rise of the Church, the prequel series, which that would actually be personally my choice. Would be interesting. Don't focus on a hunter. Have it set in Yharnam before the fall. Have an ensemble cast. You see all the different, you see characters in the church and such. And I don't know if any of you, or Keith, for example, or any of the audience for that matter, there's a Bloodborne comic series.
Yes.
If you know about it, there's one about an unknown hunter. One of them is a doctor in Yharnam who is not affiliated with the church, but he does do blood ministration, which is illegal. It's set before the fall of Yharnam, and it's really cool because the story itself plays like a detective story. There's barely any monsters involved. There's no combat. It's literally a detective story set within Yharnam.
I want it.
And it's quite... So this would be my kind of choice. And from what I can see there, yes, Keith knows about it. That's also the kind of plot that Keith wants. So it's quite interesting to see what we would all like in a Bloodborne kind of mini-series, for example.
I certainly wouldn't be opposed to that.
I suppose...
Yeah.
I just... My hesitation is the fact that... Well, okay, so we're going off the assumption this would be done right. So in that case, yes, I definitely want it. It's really,
that's the premise.
It's really hard to imagine like wanting a prequel or sequel just because every time that we get those nowadays, it's always a deconstruction. And it's like that's the last thing that I want to see. That's the last thing I want to see because the whole thing about Bloodborne is watching Yharnam deconstruct itself.
Yes.
Oh, so it's like true. As a hunter, you kind of pause. Are we the baddies?
Yeah. Well, Dirge has a point. You just gotta,
Yeah.
Or Jura.
So
I'm sorry, I forget how it's pronounced.
Doria, Dorja. I like Dorja.
Georgia. Why are the names all so hard? Just to share this while we're on this topic here.
But actually, here's the one thing that I want. If we ever do get the sequel to Bloodborne, I really want to do what some of that fan art was that I saw, where it's like it goes into like the technology of like the World War I era. Like
it's a more diesel punk.
So you mean time advances within the Bloodborne universe, and we're past the Victorian
it does advance,
era,
but not too much diesel punk. So like not the World War II stuff, but like like have like maybe a mini like a little machine gun, or have like like
like Georgia hat.
that was like a big giant like mounted
fucking fight.
Georgia is so annoying.
I'm thinking more so like because like that era of World War I was so interesting because it was a lot of people trying to hang on to the old culture of like the Victorian era, but the world of science was advancing so expediently that it couldn't it couldn't justify its continued presence.
Yes.
And it's just so it's like there was a huge into a potential Bloodborne sequel where it's like whether it's the church, the people of Yharnam, something has advanced so much that everything before it has to evolve, and its refusal to move is causing the conflict of the main game.
It'd be very different, but it'd be quite the interesting setting. And yeah, like Keith mentions, was the powder keg arm-mounted rotary cannon. Jesus, yeah.
But yeah, realistically, the minute that they announce Bloodborne 2, if that's for PlayStation 5, I know I'm going to be spending like what, €500
on the PlayStation 5.
570 euro then on one game.
Well worth it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna kick you out of the house.
No, I want to buy it.
Yeah, I'm going to kick you out of the house for that. I'll keep the PlayStation 5 in the game, but I'll kick you out.
Fuck you will. I'm taking that in this divorce.
I do wonder, I mean, if they ever do make a sequel to Bloodborne, I do wonder how they would do that. Because obviously with the Dark Souls series, the sequels were easy to do. You have the Age of Fire, and that kind of repeats. You go into the Age of Dark, you go back into the Age of Fire. Whereas at the end of Bloodborne, I mean, Yharnam as a city is gone. The scholars of Mensis have gone. The population is all but a few people dead. The church has essentially disintegrated. The moon presence has killed off all other great ones that it tried to kill off. Like, I'm quite curious if they ever actually do make a sequel, what they would put in it, because Yharnam itself is essentially gone by the end of Bloodborne.
If we go
here, I found something. Shoot, because like the thing is, like, as soon as I see it, I mean, when I see the fan art that they made for this concept thing, I have a hard time putting into words, but it's like the fan art that I find really exhibits what I would like.
Yes.
Let me see. Okay, so
see if you can find it.
Okay. Yeah, I actually had it first.
I was just saying, like, with the FromSoft game, like Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 2, you didn't have to be told for Dark Souls 2, like, this was probably in the Age of Dark.
No, it's set in a different place, different continent altogether.
Yeah, like, literally, it's Dark Souls 2, and I mean, it has souls, it has weapons that you're familiar with, and that's kind of, it didn't need to be an exact sequel.
So what you're saying is it wouldn't need to be in Yharnam. It would be
absolutely not. And we've seen that there's a massive world.
Yeah, definitely. And there's we know that there's beasts in other places.
Okay, so I found the picture.
Oh, I noticed the World War I French gun that he's wielding there already.
We still have nice clothes. So
so it's like it's not. Time has progressed, but just barely. But it's enough for it's noticeable.
Yeah.
But it's like you can see like the technology has drastically improved.
Well, 100 years later, maybe, but like obviously the technological change is so drastic.
Mhm. And so
But
I just
will we have to put points into rolling?
but yeah, so that's that, like that's what I envision. Like that's what I would like in a Bloodborne sequel, because it's like at the same time it wouldn't be so drastically different that it would take away from the aesthetic, like the
Yes.
like the ominous nature.
Yes.
And it's still far enough for our perspective where it's still sort of alien to us.
Yes.
Because I think if you try to modernize it too much, things start to become a little too familiar, and then it loses that that world that you can get completely lost in. I mean, like you could even see like the goggles that he was wearing.
Yeah.
Just little attentions to detail like that. But keep the horror aspect and keep all the supernatural stuff, because it's I just like I don't want it to get any more modern than that, essentially.
Oh, of course.
So I didn't mean to interrupt you, Omen. Were you saying something?
Oh no, I went into it while you were searching.
So we've been going on for a while. So I do want to go over some more of the art that you guys made, and then we can have just the LMAO ending.
Yes. Just one quick thing before we jump into the art here, since we're talking about the Bloodborne TV miniseries. Just to share this here.
How many people have seen this?
So let's share this here. Okay, it's zoomed in for some reason. Let me just fix that. Nope, go back. Why is it not? Okay. Hold on, Salem. We'll get there. There we go. Oh, it doesn't share when it's not full screen. So this movie, this 2001 French movie, I'm curious if anyone has seen it. Salem, have you watched this?
Not yet. I'm actually currently still searching for it.
Okay.
This was an experience. So clearly from the cover alone, you can tell that Bloodborne borrowed the aesthetic from this movie quite a bit. You've got the very typical hunter outfit here. The story, when you hear the story, it's two guys tracking down a beast. Gavoden.
In the countryside. So it kind of...
Gavoden, is that how it's pronounced?
The French area? I don't know. I'm not very good at French, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But yeah, the two guys tracking down a beast in the French countryside. It has some Bloodborne elements, but then when you actually watch it, it's nothing like Bloodborne. It's 90% French aristocracy just being posh. But yeah, check this movie out. It's a wild ride.
I'm just going to stick up for one. Yeah. Oh my God. It's an experience. I'll say again. The first hour and a half, it is such a nice horror period mystery piece. And then
not to spoil too much for the people that would like to watch it, but yeah, it tries to be, it's a horror mystery piece, a horror movie set in the French 1700s, 1800s.
Revolution. Yeah,
Revolution, just shortly before the French Revolution. But there's also slow-mo karate scenes, and it's also an action movie, and it's an experience.
Yeah, definitely check it out.
Yes, don't expect Bloodborne the movie, but definitely check it out.
Yeah, are we going to show the?
Yes,
much more honest.
This is the movie cover, the poster that they used for when it was released, whereas this here is the Blu-ray cover, and it's actually much more true to what it is. So
oh no!
The guy there looking Native American.
No!
He is Native American. You can see the French dude with the gun. You can see the wolf in the background. You can see. It's an experience. Just watch the movie. Just watch the movie.
I see a Jeremy Renner's in this. That's interesting.
Yes, he was in that.
We also did watch it in French,
in the original language.
Yeah. So,
but yeah, check this movie out. It's
this movie's an experience. I gotta watch the poor dub that was probably done of it.
No, don't watch the dub, please. Just watch the original. Yeah. But yeah, there you go. Also, check out Brotherhood of the Wolf.
Also, to defend it a bit, I have a very rudimentary understanding of the French Revolution. I don't have any fine detail of the politics and all the inner workings of it, so I'm sure there's a lot of stuff that goes over my head, maybe that they're implying throughout the storytelling, especially towards the ending and the themes. But like, yeah, watch it, check it out, guys. What, 2 hours, 2.5 hours?
2 hours, 10 minutes or so.
2 hours, 10 minutes. Yeah. You will at least go, wow, I watched something.
Yes. And that is our movie recommendation for the day. So now, Salem, we can we can gladly move on.
No, I was gonna ask if you guys could showcase the rest of the art that you brought.
Yes. What would you like to start with, Omen?
Neck.
That's not art.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so Omen wants me to show this instead. Yeah, the Bloodborne characters. I mean, they look Bloodborne stylistically rather
Great.
realistic, fairly realistic, like the style, a bit stylized, but generally realistic. But then Salem, once you share the screen, what is up with the necks? These characters' necks are like 2 inches too long. So we've only just noticed that on our last playthrough, but
so you can peek over. It's so you can peek over ledges, so you can see the beast.
Exactly. He looks like he always looks into his neighbor's garden to see what's going on right now. Just to be like, oh, what's happening over there? So yeah, just something fun we noticed is for some reason the body proportions are fairly normal, but the neck. The moment you look at the neck, it's just it's way too long. Look at that. What is that?
I get it from just like game design.
Yes.
It's because of the big popped collars.
You gotta have the collars, and it still looks normal. Then
the head sits okay, but like once you take off the nice armor, it's like what?
I actually like. I call it the Alucard arms, where their arms for some reason reach all the way through their kneecaps.
Yes.
Yeah. His nipples are also like puny.
His nipples are tiny.
Especially like he's probably turned a little bit, but like it's flipped around, so his right nipple, it's like so much smaller compared to his.
Actually,
nipple.
now that you say it, like Nevis, it looks like his chest looks like a face.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Now we've pointed out the neck.
Enjoy looking at all of your hunters' necks from now on.
And realizing that they're far too long.
Take off all their shirts and then be like, their necks.
I like Heathy's suggestion actually to just make the head bigger so that it doesn't look so off.
Yeah, but then it looks off with everything else.
Because the head is too big.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But yeah, as I said, I'm pretty sure it's because of all the big collars that a lot of the coats and stuff have.
Yes. So from your art, what would you like to share?
Let's go with Madonna original.
This one?
First. No,
the original, yes.
Because was it last year, Salem? 2 years back, you did?
That was last year.
Yeah, Salem held a Bloodborne competition to design a creature or hunter, but it was more specifically to do with an item description as well, if you were more into writing. I created a monster called the Madonna, and this was the initial sketch that I did for her. The first thing you're going to notice is, of course, the pixelated booba, and that is to appease the gods at YouTube, that hopefully their gaze will not be cast upon us. I know you're all very fragile-minded when it comes to just bare booba, so I apologize for that. But with this design, I think you can see the themes.
I'll just say it here. Fuck you, Susan. Anyways.
It's a weird internet thing that maybe I'll talk about at a different date. I'm not a fan of just nudity implies a weird sexualness. I'm sure you all have noticed in Bloodborne that apart from all the death that occurs, that birth is a massive theme in the game. Considering with Mergo being born and all the abandoned cribs and cradles everywhere, the baby crying. We have the Thumerian queen. obviously bleeding from a very obvious area, be that miscarriage or birth. So that's something that I really wanted to focus in. And with this one, I found she looked too human. I tried with kind of a weird tentacle placenta cord, very thin limbs, maybe webbed fingers, some coral / seaweed on her shoulder. But overall, I found this one looked too normal, too human. And then I moved on to just studying various body horror that other artists had done, because I actually found it was quite difficult to know, I suppose. There's so much you could do with body horror. Like, do I want extra guts? Do I want like 2 heads? What kind of limb variations are there? Because this was Bloodborne as well, I definitely knew I wanted this more kin than beast, hence the tentacles. So looking back on it now, I actually see a lot of moon presence.
The tentacles.
In the yeah, though that was unintentional at the time, and maybe the pose as well when it first comes down. Anybody doing body horror, her hands and her toes actually all have 6 digits, which, while it's very, you have to kind of count them to see what's off. It's a very nice way, I have discovered, to do body horror, and just more discreet when amongst all the tentacles and stuff. My item was actually some of her larvae. The Chthonian larva, a stillborn child of the Madonna. Beneath its translucent flesh is an eye that remains open, searching for the warmth of its mother even after death. In order to protect her unborn and young offspring, the Madonna retreated far below the earth, where no man, nor even the cosmos itself, could cast their gaze on her. I'm just going to leave that as it is, open to interpretation. They all have extra fingers. Yes.
That was actually part of the thing, was I said, write an item description to give a little bit of insight into whatever the character or monster would be. And I think I mentioned to try to write in the style. So I liked it because, made me wonder what you were getting at a few things.
Mm-hmm. What I also really like about this, and I'm sure you were tying this in, because I quite like what I find very nice about this, because obviously here you mentioned the stillborn child of the Madonna, and it ties very much into what you can actually read in, I think it's in one, actually it is in the umbilical cord description, that none of the great ones are able to actually birth live children.
Yes.
And it's quite sad when you think about it, and you really tie it in here with obviously her child, in this case, you're being stillborn, because the great ones cannot really give birth properly. And it's a really lovely detail. And it's actually a quite sad thing in the Bloodborne setting as well. And you've tied this in very, very lovely.
Thank you.
And I am curious. Do you think that they would allow with the nudity? Do you think that they would allow this design in the game?
I imagine maybe they might have tentacles falling over it.
The way you like to just
kind of like
the nipples. Yeah.
In Dark Souls. I personally, I don't find it very provocative in the context. It's very much fertility, motherhood, etc., etc. Also, there's like a bajillion of them on her, and there would be more going down and up her back if I had done a full turnaround. But no nips, no woman nips, no booba, because
But we can look at Nevin's nips.
We can look at Nevis's nips. Yes,
that's okay.
That's fine.
I feel they have other games where they have shown nipples before. I'm pretty sure. Not from stuff, but on the PlayStation. So generally, I think it's okay. But I don't know.
But on YouTube,
it is a bizarre. I don't know. I'm more in agreement with what you were describing, Omen. I don't know why it is a big deal, but it is.
Mm-hmm.
But but don't worry. YouTube allows naked yoga, so consistency.
This is naked yoga.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Not yet. Give it another maybe month when she's ready to unfortunately stillbirth.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Until she's ready to stillbirth, because
I don't know what Chronic said. I didn't catch that.
Oh, because I was saying this is naked yoga. See, she's in a pose. She's stretching her leg.
Oh, I see it. I totally do see it. Okay.
Yeah. And you can see the size comparison on the lower. I hope, maybe not those who are watching.
Back and zoom in.
Yeah. So they are tiny. So to make her stomach swell up that size,
there's a lot of them.
There's a lot of them. But unfortunately, they do all just kind of. Maybe they're alive for a split second, but they fade.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I didn't want to go too much and think too much about her, because it seemed very over-explanatory, and that's not really super Lovecraftian.
I mean, that's what Lovecraft lives from, isn't it? Generally describing or not describing the indescribable. So you hint at it, but you don't actually give too much detail, because that would take away from the mystery.
And yes, it's tiny baboos, many baboos.
Yeah, and it's interesting because nowadays it feels like we're trying to explain way too much. And I think that's what harmed the Alien franchise, was trying to explain the alien.
Oh my God, we watched Prometheus and Alien Covenant, and I regret it.
Oh God, yeah.
I do like David though.
David as a character is fun, but like the whole thing, he made the aliens. Like, no,
okay, that's dumb.
Please stop.
Yeah, it just because the whole part of the xenomorph that made it such an intriguing adversary was the fact that you did not know what it was.
Exactly.
I personally it's just an alien. It is a life form on some planet, has to deal with these things, because why is there tigers? They just be.
Yeah.
Actually, while we're on the topic of Alien, before we get back to Bloodborne, because Omen and me have had disagreements about this, so I'm curious for your opinion on this, Salem. Personally, I like Aliens as a sequel, but I do not consider it canon, because I hate the fact that they reduced the alien, which was supposed to be the perfect life form, down to just being a drone by integrating the queen, and then having the aliens in Aliens, literally the xenomorph, just being monsters that just get shot down by the dozens, whereas an alien obviously was a lot more threatening as an individual creature. So I'm curious what your take is on the alien queen and the basic xenomorph just being a mindless drone.
Can I give my defense?
No.
Owen gets her defense first.
Can I appeal to the jury, or the judge has allowed it? One, it was like it was not like Space Marines in Alien. Alien, by the way, is my favorite horror movie. But yeah, it's not like they were a team of expert warriors. And it was one drone. So for the normal average person, of course, this one perfect predator is going in a very enclosed space, is going to be a bit prickly to deal with, I would say. It's a perfect movie. I'm not going to go on. But everything is kind of shifted around a bit in Aliens. And I mean, the xenomorphs are quite insectoid-like in their mannerisms. So yeah, it makes sense that they come from a termite-esque queen, and that there's greater cross hybridization, going with like if the face hugger's attached to a dog, the final result is more dog alien, quadrupeds, etc. So I like that expansion of them as a species. I just think you don't think the setting is great, and I agree. I prefer them when they're dealing with like normal people as opposed to space marines who are armed to the teeth. So yeah, okay, there. I've laid down my.
You're wrong, but that's okay. We'll just
no,
let
you're
Salem.
wrong.
Salem, you're the tiebreaker.
Well, then you're not going to like me after this.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
But the thing is, even though that I like Aliens, and Omen gives, you know, pretty much all the same reasons that I had for, like, you know, why it doesn't bug, why, you know, it seems consistent within the universe. It does still, I don't know. I think that it would have been a little more effective if they did have multiple aliens, but not as many as they did.
Mm-hmm, that makes
Because
sense.
they are still considered that perfect life form. So maybe it would have been, I don't know, to me, it's like, it's a little weird to see, even with the Marines, it's just that Xenomorph was hyped up so much in that first film that it's like, they did seem to be, you know, knocked over very, very easily in the next film. No matter what kind of technology they have, it was a little jarring the very first time I saw Aliens to be like, you know, oh yeah, this entire first film that we had, yeah, we can just shoot the alien and it's dead. You know,
I actually watched Alien and Aliens way too young. And I didn't actually appreciate the horror that was the initial alien. Where's the monster? I want to see the alien more. So yeah. Aliens for a long time was the one I preferred because you got to see the monsters more, and then you kind of grow up and you're like, yeah, no, that's fucking horrific. I also appreciated with Alien the second time you watch it around, especially with is it Ash in the first one? I know it's the android is Bishop in the second one because Queen takes Bishop.
I forgot his name, but I know what you mean.
Yeah. The android captain in Alien. I love at the dinner scene just before the first chest buster, or well, in that one, the only chest buster. Yes, happens. The first time you watch it, you can read his expression as one of like, something's going wrong. Is everything okay? It's kind of one of concern. But then the second time you watch it, you know what he is and kind of why he is there on that ship, and he kind of knows what's going on, and you see it as more of a studious, okay, what's going to happen? So I really love that rewatchability.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
the first one.
But I'm just just to finish what I was getting at is just the first film is near perfect. It's one of my horror movies I've got on Blu-ray. But even though that the second one I've got issues with it, it's still a fun movie.
Definitely.
But it's even though that I don't think the Xenomorph is ruined in the second film, I think that it really does harm like its presence. And because I don't know, it just, other than the first film and the Alien game, really the Alien franchise has not really gone back to its horror roots. And to me, I think that's how it's always been the strongest that way.
Yes, it does it kind of with Alien 3.
At the same
the
time,
movie was terrible, but like Alien 3 kind of went back to its one alien, and it's kind of more of a horror movie, but
yeah.
Can we at least agree that?
But I do like the idea of the alien queen. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll go after.
Oh, okay.
The joys of live streaming.
I was just gonna say, like, I like the ideas of the alien queen. I do like the idea of more aliens, but I do think that I don't know that, like, I really, because I don't want to sound like I don't like the sequel. I do, but I do think that they cheapened Alien too much, and that really hurt the franchise.
So just to sum it up here, I am right. Salem agrees with me. Omen is wrong. We can all move on.
Look, I know.
But I like the sequel.
I like it too. I like
Aliens
as a movie. I think Alien is a good horror movie, and Aliens is a good action
great
movie.
action movie. Yeah.
So it works. And I'm sorry for Keithy, actually, who said that you watched it too late and it didn't really scare him. That's okay. I think you can still appreciate it, though. At least I hope you can still appreciate it, though, for what it does and for how it is filmed. So even if it doesn't scare you, I hope you can still appreciate it's a good movie.
Do you prefer...
I do have to say, though... Go ahead.
What do you think about the aliens or spores versus like there's an actual kind of insectoid structure?
I like the alien more in the sense that you have the egg, which creates the chest buster.
Where does the egg come from?
It's engineered. It's engineered. The space jockey, which now unfortunately are called engineers, but it's literally designed to be the perfect killer organism. Mm-hmm. And since it's designed to be the perfect killer organism, it does not need a queen. Because it is already designed to be the perfect killer organism.
No, but then something meta, and that's just like
no, because I like the alien queen. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
I love that. Right. I love that design. I love the lore. I like the queen. And plus, it makes it more animalistic, and it makes it more animal, not like a bioweapon.
Same.
I get you.
It makes it more organic.
I like the idea. It's like, but since it's also extraterrestrial, that's what kind of gives it that really scary factor in the first one, in my opinion, is that it's like it's this thing that naturally occurred, but we can't comprehend it because it's not from our world.
Yes,
it's yeah. So it's like, that's, to me, it just, that heightens the creepy factor.
Yes.
And I also like the idea, it's like, it doesn't have a mission. It doesn't have like a purpose. It's just is.
It exists and it kills.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
just to get back to Keithy there for a second. I'm sorry that the experience wasn't exactly what you expected.
I had a very similar experience, Keithy, with that and The Exorcist, because my uncle went to view it. It was quite problematic in Ireland when it was first released, because the church was like, it's about demons, which is really weird, because it's also like, well, this is actually part of the Catholic Church, and it's kind of representing, like, you're the good guys. 2 people, when he went, fainted in the movie theater. They were so scared.
Damn.
So I had very high expectations. It's a fantastic film, and I love The Exorcist as well, but it didn't get to be fainting scary.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that dulled it on my initial watching, again, as a very small, like, obviously if they show the monster, it's scarier. When I was that many years old. But yeah, I relate to that. I was really hyped to be scared, and I wasn't. And I was like, oh, that was shit.
Yeah, I actually fall in that camp even today. Like, I don't like The Exorcist.
Heresy.
Okay. Heresy, but that's okay.
Yeah, it's just a thing of mine. Possessions and the paranormal movies, not like the concept of a ghost or a spirit or a demon or anything isn't scary. The concepts are scary, but it's just in movies, like the Paranormal Activity movies never scared me. The Exorcist never scares me. Possession movies don't scare me. It's just it's something about I don't know. It just, for some reason, they've never, like, I never like bought that. Oh, that could be real in front of me. It just did. I don't know what to say. It just, for some reason, possessions and haunting movies just don't scare me. But then again, one of my favorite horror movies of all time is The Witch, and that's pretty much a haunting movie.
Amazing.
So I don't know why it is that movie terrified me. It's The Exorcist never did it for me.
From my experience, because I would go with my friend. Every Halloween, one of the Paranormal Activity movies. It is so different seeing it in a full movie theater
and seeing other people react.
Everybody is so on edge. I actually don't know. Is it because people can't like kind of go, man, come on, this is shit, or just crack jokes throughout it? And you have to kind of hold in that tension. But yeah, it's really shit watching it at home. But in a movie theater, it was a lot of fun. And when somebody else screams in the theater, technically it's jump scare mechanics, but there's something really fun and funny about it.
Of course.
And everybody's just caught up in a kind of little scary horror loop.
I remember too that it was actually a friend of mine from high school. He got me the original movie before it was released. Sorry. I was friends with pirates. But he got me the movie, and I was like, oh, cool. You know, everyone's saying how scary this is. I'm going to watch it in the dark in my basement. And the first, like they do like little things here and there, but then the first major jump scare happened, and I went, well, this is shit. And I was disappointed too, because it's like I even lit candles to like get the atmosphere all creepy, and it just god, I don't know. I don't know. It just doesn't scare me.
When I went to see the first one, I went with two friends, and I sat in the middle because I was the horror. I was the horror girl, so I sat in the middle. And about midway through the movie, once nighttime hit, there would be like, my hands were just suddenly held down by two other hands, and one of my friends would grip my hands so tight. I'm pretty sure her knuckles were white. My fingers were like bending back. And I'd look over at her, and it was so funny, bless her. But like either the popcorn bucket was in front of her head, or she had her head turned away, her hand up, and just tell me when nighttime's over. Just tell me when nighttime's over. It was amazing. It was an amazing experience. So I have very fond memories. I'm not really talking about how scary the movie was, though. I suppose
what you're selling though is the experience of seeing it with other people and seeing how they react.
Yeah. So I found them very fun. Until me and another friend, we watched 4 of them, maybe. I forget which one is more of the... I know Bruja came up with the more Spanish kind of for looking at witchcraft and stuff. Was that 5 or 6, 4, 5, 6, one of those ones? But by that stage, we were both like, nah, this is... Though I did always like the different techniques they used, like at home cameras, security cameras, the Xbox Kinect. I liked seeing.
I just find
I suppose the paranormal.
Class, like upper middle class homes. There's nothing scary about seeing rich people's homes.
There's not yet. It is not even upper middle class. No,
it's literally rich people.
Way. Yeah, it's rich.
So it's like, rich people's homes. Like, it's not scary seeing rich people's homes.
But now if you had a dilapidated shack.
Actually,
yes, exactly. Dilapidated shack. There you go.
I think, in fairness, if you're going to make this point, I have to stand up for the last one that I saw where, no, it was like an apartment block of like kind of for like Spanish. I'm pretty sure it was Spanish speaking. It's been so long. I don't know. Everything was stupid about the whole entire franchise by this point. I can barely remember. I'm so sorry. But yeah, it at least wasn't like a rich person's home with chandeliers that like would crash down.
Yeah, I don't know. At the same time though, I want more than just things moving. Because that's the thing. That's what I just remembered. Because that was the one time where I actually did get a little bit of a chill when I was watching the first Paranormal Activity, and it was when the Ouija board piece started moving.
Oh.
And it's like that would have chilled me. I was like, okay, yeah, yeah, it's moving. It was when it went into flames. I went, oh, this thing isn't fucking around.
For me, and again, I have no real explanation. Its footprint. When I saw that it was like it like wasn't a humanoid footprint. I don't know what it was, but that just sent chills down my spine.
Yeah,
and that record was amazing.
That was the Spanish zombie movie, wasn't it?
The other thing that takes me out of it, I guess here's the other thing, is the thing that does take me out of these films, the found footage films, is I get more caught up in, dude, how in the hell are you still holding that camera?
Actually, in defense, Record like addresses that. Like the cameraman, like Paulo, I believe his name was. We love Paulo. It's been a while. But yeah, we stan him. He was a really good cameraman.
Mm-hmm.
He had a name that I can't remember.
They addressed it in like Blair Witch Project as well. And as long as you have a somewhat explanation, even if it's a bit flimsy, I don't mind. For found footage, like, yes, it doesn't make sense that people would be filming, but you address it somewhat, it's fine. It works for me. I can suspend my disbelief.
But just on this, for Record, that whole aspect of the person holding the camera, if you haven't seen it, check Record out. Do not check Quarantine out. Quarantine is the USA, like, they tried to do it one for one shot, but it's don't
watch the remake, watch the original.
Watch the original, watch it in Spanish. But they do address that sort of issue where, the cameraman, and sure, the camera's always going and always recording and stuff. Like, no. They actually do address that.
Oh,
and it's one of the better zombie movies, to be quite honest, that I've seen.
Oh, I'm gonna piss you off again. I hate zombie movies.
I can see it. Yeah.
The topic has been kind of beaten to death.
Ha.
Well, here's the thing. My favorite. Let's put it this way. My favorite zombie movie is Shaun of the Dead.
Ah, of course.
Fair.
So a deconstruction rather than an actual zombie movie.
So there's my extent of my zombie. Oh, but at the same time, my favorite zombie show is High School of the Dead.
I'm not gonna lie, I also really enjoyed it.
Guilty pleasure.
It is the best. If you get a beer or a drink of any kind, and you just sit down, you turn off your brain, and you watch High School of the Dead, especially with friends. If you can watch it with friends, it is amazing. But do not bring your physics majors, okay?
Oh,
it's not meant to jiggle this way.
The Matrix boob dodge is amazing.
I can't remember. I can't remember.
I remember watching it. I was showing it to friends as well, and they weren't even like anime people. They had no idea what like fan service was.
Oh.
And just because a lot of it is obviously gratuitous fan service, and I get it. It's an ecchi horror, so that's just part and parcel. I can overlook that. But the boob physics thing, though, I was cracking up, and she was just like staring. It was at the time where it was on YouTube in like potato quality. I was losing myself in laughter, and she was like, "What are you fucking making me watch?" And I was like, "Well, it's amazing." And she's like, "It's kind of really funny, yeah."
I can't remember what I saw, but somebody made like an anime like parody video of it. It was fully animated. I can't find it anywhere. But it was like this couple watching High School of the Dead, and that scene comes on, and the boyfriend or the husband, whoever he is, he looks over, like they're watching popcorn, and it's like, it's like dark, so it's like you can't see anything behind him, and like he just looks down, and he looks down into her cleavage, and he just looks at the screen, he looks at it again, and then he like pokes her boob, and he goes, they don't work like that. And then
I think
and then he keeps doing it again and again and again. And then she finally, it was funny. She finally slaps him, but then his cheek physics do what the boob physics did in High School of the Dead.
I'm just also trying to another lesser talked about moment in High School of the Dead is when our main character, he's like aiming the redhead's gun at the zombies at one point, but like the gun is kind of stuck to her chest because she has it locked there, and he's kind of using her boobs as a buffer, and it's taking all the damage. And I'm like, in the most miserable disbelieving way, like I laugh. I'm like, what?
It's so over the top
This is
that it's
ridiculous.
just very enjoyable.
Also, if our talk about High School of the Dead has anybody listening intriguing, I actually found the dub and sub have their merits. The dub I found treated it much more. It was in the like height of the zombie apocalypse era, and the cast was having fun. All the cast was having a lot of fun, whereas the Japanese sub version, they're much more serious. So you do kind of get two different experiences.
So you're saying watch it both ways?
Right, you can. Just be aware if you're watching one
Helsing
over
fan?
the other, you are going to get a slightly different experience.
A huge Helsing fan and Drifters fan. I was very happy to see Kota Hirano make an appearance as the chubby guy.
I love Hilda and Saya. Oh, they're so cute. The Tsundere. I usually don't have much time for Tsunderes, but I really like Saya.
Since we're in the jokey mood, I figured
I have
maybe
one
we
more
could.
character. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
I have one more character.
Okay, we'll go over your character. So let's get back into we'll put the pause in the jokey bits because I was gonna transfer into the memes, but let's go into your character, then we'll return to the memes.
Serious face.
It's High School of the Dead. I keep telling people, like, and when I first saw it, I hated anime. I would refuse to. Well, no. I convinced myself I hated anime. No, I've loved it my entire life. I had a very religious upbringing, so animes, the Chinese cartoons are evils, don't you know? But anyways, but yeah, I remembered watching it. I was like, I hate anime, but this is kind of funny. I think High School of the Dead may have been actually one of the first shows that helped break my delusion that I hated anime, because it was just so crazy and fun that it's like I in order to watch it, you kind of have to give in to the zaniness,
Yeah.
So.
I do remember High School. Now, Higurashi was kind of the first big one that kind of broke this for me, but like it was more mature adult content, but also like it was a cartoon.
And Higurashi, actually, I put that up there with one of the that is on my list of things that genuinely terrified me.
It's
I had a hard time going to bed after the Rika knife scene.
Yes. It was just it's been a massive influence. That's kind of my main modern influences: digital art, anime, like that. That's it. So Higurashi holds a very special place.
So will you be watching the current season that came out?
Yeah.
I'm so hesitant to watch it.
I already know I hate it.
From what you've seen, you already hate it.
I've been following close to.
Because people say the art in the first season was awful, but the thing is, I think it kind of helps the horror at times.
When you are watching the normal scenes, though, like their head, I can't stop seeing their like super tiny hands and limbs and their massive heads.
It follows in the vein of the graphical novel, though, which again also didn't have the best art style.
I believe that visual novel was referred to as a sound novel instead because the music and the story were phenomenal.
And the art was just terrible.
Yeah, Ryukishi 0707 was...
You know, it's... I
like,
also love about Higurashi.
He met his fucking visual novel. Props to him. What can I say?
You know what I also love about Higurashi is, ever since I've gotten huge in anime, manga, and the Japanese just make a lot of stuff I like. But I love it because I found out how to get out of to break that mold. I've converted a lot of people into trying manga, anime, and stuff. And so I love telling them, this is the show that, yes, it genuinely scared me. And I'll just show them the picture of like the cutesy, cuddly scenes. And they'll be like, what? And they'll be like, what do you mean? What is this? And like, I'll tell them, just give it a watch. They'll come to me after the first 2 episodes and they're like, what is this? This isn't horror. This is, just girls and a boy running around town having a good time. And I'm like, no, just wait. And then the last episode, the first arc happens. They come back to be going, Jesus Christ. And then they come to me after the first episode in the second arc and they go like, what happened? Like, I thought everyone was... Yeah, and it's just like, no, you got to keep watching. You got to watch the entire show. It's... But anyways, let me show the picture. Speaking of anime girls.
Yeah, this is my latest. I actually haven't gotten a chance to do anything with her, really. She's kind of the product of an art block that was she was going to be a vent piece, a not safe for work piece, a dark magical girl piece, and then we started playing Bloodborne, so all of them kind of got wrapped up. And this is Evelyn, no relation to the weapon. And I would assume most of you can tell that she's very much choir based. Maybe her skirt is a lot shorter because, again, it was a mix of things. But yeah, the more I worked into her, became part of the choir because her mentor, Lucius, has realized that she reawakens very fast and we can actually use her to get stuff in very dangerous places. And I know it's very traumatic, but just know that I love you and I can actually help you with this. And here, take these sedatives. Just always take these sedatives. I'll always be here for you when you wake up.
What a healthy relationship.
It's a super healthy relationship.
Yeah, I was going to say, it seems like it's an abuse story.
Yeah, I mean, she's the best out of the Bloodborne magical girls. Fucking Nevis is a magical girl. Lamau, let's all bully Nevis. And Alyssa is
thank you.
You're a thought. Why the fuck should you even care, Nevis? Please stop crying. And yeah, so that's the basic AU story I have going semi in my head there. But I'll do her up.
I do like her eyes.
Thank you.
It's a very striking pose.
I was very proud of the pose. It was a bitch to do, but it was.
I'm pretty sure this image has given people feelings.
They don't know her full story though, and I think that might.
That stirs even more feelings.
Oh no! Oh no! Please no. But yeah, that's her very awful story. Because Bloodborne is known for its happy endings and lovely people.
A happy story in Bloodborne would make it not Bloodborne.
Yeah. There's a few happy stories. Orphan of Kos, for example, gets relieved from his eternal anguish, so to speak.
/ Gearman.
End it. Yeah, you end Gearman's curse. There's a few happy-ish endings in Bloodborne.
Well, only ish.
If you lie to Ludwig.
I never lie to Ludwig. I always tell him the truth and then kill him.
That's
Well, then, Chronic, then you're making the unhappy story in that case.
No, it ends okay. He knows the truth. That's
to
what
be
matters.
fair, my character Ariella, the church zealot, she doesn't think it's a lie. She's like, yeah, of course, I'm here like a fucking Spartan of the church doing the good work. We are perfect. We are still going strong.
I got a feeling that she would be that a preacher from the Wild West who like carries around her Bible and it's got a gun inside.
Absolutely.
Just to go to what Keith says there, yeah, the church beggar. I'm actually super liking that character. And he survives.
Yeah.
And he says, like, can we be friends after the night? And like, in my imagination, if your hunter chooses that ending where you forget the dream, you wake up in Yarnum after the night, you go back to the church and you can be friends with him. So he gets a happy ending. So that makes me very, very happy.
And it's interesting how the one character who looks like you shouldn't trust is actually the most trustworthy character in the entire game.
Don't judge people by their looks.
Yeah. All right. Well, are we ready to move on to the Lamau part?
Oh, that was Ariella.
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I forgot how much art you had. I'm sorry.
I forgot how much art
Omen
I
has
had.
been busy.
It's been a while. And like I said, Ariella kind of had artwork as well, lingering in the background because she's an older character before Bloodborne.
Well, did you want to showcase more of her art?
No, it's fine. It just what I'll do is I'll make kind of a gathered post on Twitter and just.
It's also nice to see how your art developed.
Yeah, it is. It's super interesting, considering how pointy. Like Jesus, the very first image, like her chin could cut diamonds. But I think things have evened out.
All right. Well, in that case, and it's not that I didn't want to showcase the art. It's just I don't know how long people want to be talking, and I don't know how long people want to be sticking around. So that's the only reason I was bringing that up.
Salem, we're talking about Bloodborne. We can go on for another 6 hours.
I might go on other horror tangents, but yeah.
That's fine though. We're just having fun. Okay. So the only way that I know how I'm going to do this is I'm just going to share the screen. I'm just going to have to just share the entire screen, I think.
Mm-hmm.
So you guys get to see all the fun little bits elsewhere on. Share system audio. No. Do Brave tab. No. Window. Shoot. 1 second.
No worries.
I want to share the entire screen, but it won't let me.
You should be able to share this.
Oh, there we go. Now I got it. Okay, so that hurts my eyes.
Nice.
So let's head on over.
Oh, Slayer, bruh.
So somebody's been like I said, Rule 34 and the doll are very, very intertwined at this point.
If you manage to knock up a doll, like, fair play to you.
If you knock up a doll, I want to know what in the hell kind of sperm you're producing.
If she's
The best
a
kind.
great one, technically the baby won't be carried to term.
She's a what?
She's a great
I
one.
don't think the doll is a great one.
Well, when you attack her, she has white blood.
She's certainly something special.
Yeah, she has the white blood, so
She
Pale
is,
blood.
but she is pale blood. Like the great ones actually bleed normal blood. It's only the kin that bleed the pale. And I think she was given, I mean, I don't know about the lore exactly, but I'm pretty sure she was only given life in the dream through the moon presence. So while she isn't a great one,
So she could
she might be kin.
theoretically actually give birth then.
Yes.
Wow,
this meme has gotten way too deep.
I was about to say, well, funny pregnant meme, and then all of a sudden we're
Yes. Yeah, Keith was saying construction of a great one. I'd say, yeah, I think because obviously the moon presence created the hunter's dream, so I assume the moon presence essentially gave her life.
And here I am. I'm looking at the guy from Dark Souls. It's like even outside of his own game, he just finds the positives in life.
Solaire is a very happy man.
As long as you unlock the hidden passage in Lost Izalith.
I don't know. He seems pretty happy once he gets the sunlight maggot stuck on his head.
Yes.
Yep. Praise the sun.
I'm very sad when that happens.
Always praise the sun, even if it is an illusion.
Here's an Invincible meme. Why did you make me do this? You're fighting to become a prisoner to this dream. Think, good hunter. You will die. Forget this dream. Awake until under the morning sun. You will be freed from this terrible hunter's dream.
No.
Nope.
I mean, being trapped in the dream is pretty horrible, but at the same time, you're kind of immortal. Whereas once you wake up, you're mortal again.
Yeah, so which has always made me wonder: is German being selfish by not wanting you to remain in the dream? Or is he...
No, there is dialogue where he's weeping and he's begging to be released from the dream.
I mean, he's the host. He's pretty messed up by that. He's had countless like hunters go through the dream. Like Eileen went through the dream, Jura went through the dream, and they all came out. I think he doesn't have much influence over himself because he's being controlled by the moon presence. So I don't know whether we actually know what his, like, besides what Omen was mentioning with him crying, I don't think we know too much about his actual motivations because he is just essentially a puppet of the moon presence at this point.
On that piece of dialogue, it's also one of my favorite line deliveries. It's so heartbreaking.
When he cries.
Yeah.
Yes.
Just whatever way that voice actor can make his voice crack and sob, it hits the heart just right.
It almost reminds me of another line. I don't know why, but one that really hit me pretty hard. I don't know if other people feel like this, but remember season 2 of Castlevania when they're fighting Dracula? And he fights Alucard to his room.
Oh, yes.
Do you Does anyone remember that?
Yeah, that's another one of my... I would put it up as best kind of acting moments. That is so tragic.
It is delivered so perfectly.
So well.
Especially when you realize, I mean, you don't realize it. It's obvious, but it's like, especially he's fighting this entire thing for Lisa.
Yeah.
And then he realizes the one last thing in this world that she gave to him. He's literally killing it. I
think it's the delivery of like that pause and then I must already be dead. Just the delivery of that line is so... There's such a weight of realization and it's so empty and sad and softly spoken. Yeah, it's great. It's great tragedy.
And then it's all undone in season 4.
No. Anything after season 2 is not canon to me. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Season 3 and 4 sucked.
My heart, my soul, yes.
I do like how so far we've taken these memes and turned these funny memes into a heavy lore discussion.
Okay, well, the next one.
It's perfect.
15 characters who could defeat Thanos, even the yep.
Yeah, there's no funniness here.
He's dead, though.
No, shut up.
Also, Salem, do you know what he's based on?
What do you mean?
Which real life person he's based on?
Oh, I don't. Not the real life. I didn't know there was a real life person he was based on.
Okay, so I'll just actually quickly share that just before we move on. I'll just open this because when you see this, you will just instantly go, yeah, like, okay, I can definitely see that is what Vulture is based on. So let me just quickly share this. There you go.
Our boy.
So that is the Australian vagabond, Ned Kelly. And as you can tell by his design, Vulture is very clearly based on this dude.
He almost looks like he's wearing the Zodiac Killer's mask.
Kind of. He's wearing a helmet that he made himself.
He was before the Zodiac.
Yeah, this was
Killer.
like
I know he's
1800s.
well before the Zodiac Killer, but it's like that's what I remember because there's that famous like sketch of the Zodiac Killer,
Yes.
you know, with his mask on and everything. And so I'm just looking at that, and it's like that's what it's reminding me of.
But yeah, there you go. Ned Kelly, Austrian vagabond, and
also known as
outlaw.
Walter.
Also known as Walter.
Right now, yes.
And yeah, the Walter in Bloodborne is very clearly inspired by his design.
It is a badass look.
It is.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
The next one's turned into something serious.
When you're in a boss battle and your friend dies. Yeah, I think pretty fair. Yeah,
where I died right at the start of a boss fight when I'm helping someone, and I just feel bad. It's like, oh, I'm dead now. Good luck with the boss having 60% my health. I'm sorry, I'm out.
I don't know how you guys feel, but when I summon help and the guy dies within the first few seconds, I get pissed, not sad. It's like, then why'd you even come? Why? Like what? Like the whole purpose of you coming here was to help me, and you're not even gonna give me that. So now I'm stuck with this dude at 60% more health.
Any boss, it's fine except for Ludwig. I don't know if it's just a personal, but like, oh god, it's such a struggle when he has that extra 60%.
So for those who might not get the context, this enemy takes away your insight, which is essentially your knowledge of what's going on.
Joke's on you. Now I don't frenzy as easy.
Yeah, that's true.
I hate how even if you kill them, you don't get your insight back.
I'm not sure if I understand this one because I don't know. When you actively listen to other people's opinions and you're getting insight.
I assume if you actually listen to people that your insight goes up, whereas if you're not actually listening, your insight does not.
If you listen to other people, your view of the world makes you see fucking monsters everywhere.
Makes you hear a baby crying.
Oh no.
It's literally what it feels like, though. It is one of those. It is one of those like moments, like we have no insight, and they grab you. It's like, ha!
I would like. It's actually one thing I really liked in Sekiro, the feeble.
Oh, the feeble attack, yes.
The feeble mode, like that's morbid, but also kind of.
Don't know who's played Sekiro here, but essentially there's an enemy that turns you very, very old. So your guy in Sekiro literally walks on his sword like a cane. And they will come in and try to suck you dry, except if you manage to slowly, lumberingly do your attack against them, your character, being an 80-year-old man, essentially at this stage, just friggin' stabs them to death to get his youth back. It's
By the
fantastic.
way, you don't walk with your cane like with swagger.
No, you're old and feeble and weak.
Yes.
Oh, that's great.
Oh, God. No, please don't. Please.
I can see problems with that.
Yeah. And you know that the unfortunate part is Rule 34 has already made this happen.
I don't think you should use any form of great.
But it might give you eyes on the inside.
Oh God, I suppose that is absolutely choir bitches do that.
Moving on.
Was this planned?
I mean, it's
What?
Netflix and shit. Of course it was planned.
No. In the game, like, did they line up the pig butthole
Yes.
with the visceral? Okay.
They've had the pig butthole visceral attack since Dark Souls 1.
But you know what?
I assume they know.
Here's the here's the thing though. After that pig has eaten the little girl, it feels like it's just revenge.
Yeah, I The one escort mission I wouldn't
Wait,
mind doing.
wait. What do you mean, eat the little girl? I always sent her to Yuzefka's clinic, and she always arrives safely.
I just got it. Oh my god. I can't believe it took me a minute to get this one.
Haha.
When you send people to Yosefka's clinic.
I mean, you might not know the first time around.
Yeah.
Of course, I'll send it to the now obviously not different doctor who's acting totally like she did before.
Bloodborne lore. Is it wrong?
It fits.
Okay.
I certainly believe it's from Bloodborne.
Man, some of these memes are from like right when the game came out too. So some of these are old, but Hunter, we don't take kind of your types here. So yep, the Dark Souls
3
influences.
boy, hush. You are not part of the cool
There's
kids
no Dark Souls
clubs.
3 boy in this.
Good.
But I would still love to. I would still.
It is.
I would,
I've never played Demon. I've only played the tiny bit of Demon Souls actually that we've played.
Oh, on
together.
my PlayStation, yeah.
Yeah, because
I know that they're in
Bloodborne's
separate
cool.
universes, but it'd be really cool if there was a concrete connection between the Dark Souls and Bloodborne universe.
Concrete and FromSoft don't mix.
They don't. That is very
That's true.
There is a theory because Dark Souls, the tree trunks from Ashen Lake in Dark Souls 1, but also you have the nice inverse of obviously the moon is very significant in Bloodborne and the sun is very significant in Dark Souls. So it's a mirror world, is one theory I've heard.
See, I could see Bloodborne and Sekiro being set in the same universe.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
Especially
a theory
because,
I hate.
Yeah, Keith. I mean, I agree. I would like to keep the lore separate, but I could see with Sekiro, Yamamura in Bloodborne looks like a proto Sekiro.
He does.
He does. Look. And yeah, Chester in Dark Souls 1, actually, for anyone, fun fact here. The Chester character in the Dark Souls 1 DLC has a completely different character rig to everyone else because he was a proto character for the Bloodborne that they were developing.
They hint in their games.
And he wears a Victorian kind of outfit, and they hint on him being pulled into this universe. So kind of Chester in Dark Souls 1 might be a Bloodborne character. But I think it's more like a developer joke than...
I think it's
I think what drove us all nuts when... well, not me because I wasn't as invested, but probably drove the people who were big Dark Souls fans insane was when the gameplay was being first showcased and Gascoigne said Umbasa.
Oh,
of course, harken back to Demon Souls.
I do like the jab that they take in Bloodborne at...
Oh, the shields!
Yeah. One should be aware that shields... It was it embody passivity.
Yes. How dare you like my shields?
They do make it much easier.
A game so frustrating that I went outside to rake my yard.
Nah, man, just come back to it and you'll do much better.
Just take a deep breath.
Sometimes I do have to take a break between bosses, though.
Very fair.
I do get, once I hit a certain point, I start playing stupid. And it happens to me more often in Dark Souls than it does Bloodborne.
You go on autopilot.
Yeah.
I mean, they do spray like white stuff everywhere, white sticky stuff, so...
Moving on.
White, dirty, sticky stuff.
And Keithy, you're absolutely right with that quote. Miyazaki definitely said, "Don't be a bitch."
I do like there is some pretty funny subtle humor in some item descriptions, you know? And also somebody ruined it for me, but my favorite armor set in Dark Souls 3 is the Fallen Knight armor set.
Yeah, same.
And then somebody told me, you know that those pants were piston, right?
Oh no. It's the cover art.
And then I'm like, what? And I looked up the item description and I took a closer look at the pants. I'm like, soiled with the retreat of battle. Oh no.
Yep, there you go.
I think it has, apart from the heavier armor, I do believe it's the best mid-tier like armor in the game. And if you use a light weapon, you can still light roll.
I am unsure that I get this one.
Yeah, I don't get it either. Moving on.
I kind of feel bad for Logarius.
No,
Yeah.
I don't. His scythe can fucking clip through the architecture. Absolutely fuck that shit.
Let me just quote
That's
Miyazaki
unfair.
here. Don't be a bitch.
No, that's unfair. That's not
It
skill.
is.
That's
His
that's
hitboxes
bullshit.
are a bit off at times.
Yeah.
But I
Oh,
feel
this
bad
is
for
the
Logarius,
beginning of
right?
Omen becoming a game journalist.
Geometry doesn't work as it's supposed to.
210.
210.
Well, that's not a meme. That's just a picture. But okay, yeah, that stuff does look cool though. On the wall. You know, the artwork that they made for the game is awesome.
And it harkens back to the time when Cainhurst was obviously the seat of power for Yharnam, which was, well, not the Victorian era, but earlier. Medieval armor, late medieval armor, of course, but like it's nice historical piece to essentially tie the lore in.
Some pew pew boys.
Now that's the gun that I do want to learn how to utilize is the rifle.
Yes.
I cannot figure out how to use it in the game.
Patience.
Isn't the rifle essentially just the same as the pistol, is 20% more damage?
No, because it can't parry from what I remember.
Oh.
It just kind of knocks everybody back. Francis of the Filth.
Actually, that's pink guy. Filthy Frank is a completely separate character. He is though.
That's how it feels that some of the enemies in Bloodborne have this this vibe to them, don't they?
They do.
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
pretty straightforward, I guess.
Give me Arcane though. Arcane all day.
Let's see here.
I want to try the gun build.
Here you go, Chrono. Here's one for you.
Yeah.
Yep. To be fair, I mean, the old Hunter Bone, no matter what kind of build you're doing, the old Hunter Bone is a quite useful tool.
Beast blood pellets.
Beast blood pellets break the game.
Or beast pellets, rather. Oh my god, I love them.
Imagine having a soft cap at 50. Weak ass scaling. This is me made by 99 Arcane Games.
I think the difference between 50 Arcane and 99 Arcane is literally like 30 extra damage. But I mean, you have it, so why not?
Let's see here. What game are you playing? Bloodborne. Nice. Aren't you going to ask me which one? What do you mean? Oh, no.
You just gotta wait until FromSoft need more money.
No, please stop. Bloodborne is perfect and doesn't need a sequel. I'll just say it.
But it's hard. It's hard though because it's like they continued Dark Souls. I don't know.
Dark Souls as a setting works though to continue because it is a setting about an endless cycle. It doesn't quite work the same.
Here we go.
Bloodborne ties itself nice, like as one story.
There you go, Omen.
I fucking hate the Forbidden Forest. Forbidden Woods. Excuse me.
crippled Cthulhu.
I would say Cthulhu who didn't work out.
Very lanky.
Very lanky. My boy, a chonker dragon boy.
Oh, I want this as a Discord reaction.
Delete this.
Delete this.
Let's see here. What else we got?
We should show them your super cool guy move.
Mm. Oh, okay. I can show that. Salem, get ready. I shall share
Okay, here, one
screen
second.
very, very quickly.
Okay.
Since Omen wants me to show this.
Yeah.
So this was totally planned. Obviously, totally
Oh,
planned.
I know this one.
The one time it came in useful. Yeah, grabbing items. Oh, enemy's gonna attack. No, just sit down. Dodge it with a sit. This was literally, you know how sometimes when you play, like you accidentally do a reaction. This was the one time I accidentally did a reaction and it actually did something good.
Now, is it because it reads the motion of the controller?
I think so. I've never actually managed to pull off reactions like with the controller. Like, you know, it says like shake the controller or something and do it, nothing happens. But like there it happened and it helped me. Okay, I'm not complaining.
I don't know. Comments?
They're both miserable. I like it.
Let's see here. What do we got here? Not sure. I
am
okay.
Confusion. But that's okay. It's a bit hard to read.
Oh, that's just wholesome. God.
Yeah, like I said, like Heath mentioned, he survives, which makes me very happy because maybe the hunter and him can be friends after the night is over.
Oh no, there's probably something really cool here, but I can't read it.
Yeah, that's not you, Safka.
No, that's the girl from Witcher 3, I think. Looks like a crossover.
It also reminds me vaguely of Alucard versus Anderson.
Oh, yeah.
It's the facial expressions, yes. It is the facial expressions.
Google, my guys.
I like how you Google.
We'll just do a few more.
Yeah,
do we have some like actual deep lore contemplation things?
Deep lore contemplation. Salem, are you ready for deep lore contemplation?
McReynolds, grant us fries.
It does not.
Okay, deep lore contemplation. What are we looking at here?
What are we looking at? Let me just double check my list, my nice list of deep lore contemplation. Just a nice few tidbits here on the side. This is not Mimi. This is just for funs. Obviously, Bloodborne, Dark Souls also the same. Bloodborne is a Japanese game, so the original language is Japanese, and there's actually quite a few translation errors in the English version, which can mess up things when you're considering the lore.
It's a case where we might have actually lost out on certain aspects with localization.
Yes. So one thing Omen pointed out to me in the past is the blood vials in the Japanese version are called blood transfusions, which makes no more sense.
I think it heightens as well, like the whole devolution into beasthood. Obviously, if you're just injecting
you're transfusing
other people's blood into yourself haphazardly.
Yes.
And is it your blood type? Is it even human?
It does not matter.
It does not matter. It heals. So I always really liked, or rather was a bit sad. I don't really know how to phrase it, but I think it was an important bit of lore. It was really cool to discover, like, okay, so that's an extra kind of link that helps us understand what's actually going on.
Yes.
A bit more like medically.
Yeah. And just a few other things, like Salem, do you remember what Mikolash says when you kill him?
Now I'll forget everything.
Yeah, he says, I'm going to wake... he whines, he does this whiny voice going, I'm going to wake up, I'll forget everything. Whereas actually, no, he's not going to wake up. In the Japanese, he is asking it as a question going, Am I going to wake up? And since the way we got into the nightmare was through his shriveled corpse, I'm pretty damn sure he's not going to wake up.
Yeah.
So, just a sad part there. And then one last thing Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, and speaking of Mikolash, I just want to... here, 1 second. I'm trying to figure out how to...
I would just say Mikolash is a nice boy, and he didn't mean no harm.
No, Mikolash is the biggest asshole in Bloodborne.
He is having a grand old time.
Technically, from unused voice files that were found, it actually seems like initially he greets you with Umbasa for one, but it actually seems like Mikolash would have been a sort of ally from the early half of the game, and he kind of, I love that meme so much. But then he sort of devolves and becomes a boss fight towards the end.
Yes. No, I like him. I like Mikolash. He is obviously crazy off his meds, but he's a very fun character. He's having a grand old time compared to everyone else, because all the other scholars of Menses are friggin' dead.
Or spiders.
Yep. No, he's having a good time. There's also the hint that all the other Mensa scholars were forced into this because they all wear shackles on their arms. So who knows, maybe Mikolash forced them into it. But no, he's having a good time. And I appreciate that. You know, Yarnum is going to shit, but Mikolash is just having the day.
My nightmare is going exactly the way I want it.
Exactly.
And all of you are being like super like downers about this. And I would just appreciate if you could at least like pretend to be happy for me. Okay.
And then we have two small things remaining for the mistranslation, so to speak. You know the note you find at the start of the game that says handwritten note, find pale blood to transcend the hunt? In the Japanese, it doesn't actually say handwritten note. It says note written to self.
So note to self,
so
find pale blood.
It is heavily implied in the Japanese that the note was written to yourself, that you wrote the note for some reason. There's a bunch of other stuff in the Japanese where in the English, for example, they said a person took like the blood and brought it to the Vile Bloods in Kinross. In the Japanese, it's all genderless, so it doesn't actually say whether it's a man or a woman, whereas in English, obviously saying he narrows down who it could have been. So there's a whole bunch of stuff where people are misgendered in the English version compared to the Japanese. A whole bunch of stuff like that. But I want to leave off the translation things on one nice little detail, and that is that in the English version, Yosefka talks about the Hippocratic Oath, which she doesn't do in the Japanese. So this is actually coincidental. But she talks about the Hippocratic Oath. And in history, Hippocrates was actually called Hippocrates of Cos. So it's just a nice little detail.
So did the ancient Greeks exist within
the Bloodborne universe?
The Bloodborne universe. And also Ludwig does reference Spartans.
Yes. But what's cool is, so Hippocrates of Kos. Kos was an island in the Greek peninsula where they practiced dream medicine.
Ooh.
So there's a whole bunch of stuff here. And this is only in the English translation, so it's technically a translation thing where the Japanese didn't intend this in the original, but there's a whole thing that kind of comes together. It's
quite interesting. To me, the rabbit holes of the Bloodborne lore are always fun to go down, but it also means that if any of this was intentional, imagine what mad genius Miyazaki really is.
Of course. Miyazaki has talked about this before because do you know why Miyazaki does this?
Does the translation differences?
No, why the lore in all his games are very scattered and disconnected, and there's a lot of gaps.
It's a really lovely story, actually.
I'm not sure if I know the real answer, so why don't you go ahead?
So the thing with Miyazaki was, when he was a child, he played the game Diablo, the Western game Diablo, and his English was actually really bad. So he could barely make sense of the story of the game when he was playing it. So he was just making up his own story in his head because his English wasn't very good. And later he incorporated that into his game design for Dark Souls and Bloodborne by essentially wanting to give player the same experience that he had with Diablo. So he left a whole bunch of gaps in the lore for people to put their own interpretations into it.
That's really cool.
It's really lovely. And that you have all these scattered, super vague notes in item descriptions, and you kind of have to piece them together. But there's nothing. Yeah, that could be right. Yeah,
it's a nice way of storytelling.
That's a good theory. A, B, C, D. I like them all. What's the real one? Huh? Why are you asking me?
Well, I just have a few more. We'll just go over a few more memes. This was one that I just found today that had me gut busting with laughter.
Is it the one you showed us before the stream?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Oh, my boy.
Salem, this is a Christian server. You can't do this.
Maria is overrated. There, I said it.
What'd you say?
Maria is overrated. There, I said it.
No! I love Maria. The Vile Blood Queen is pretty good too, though. Just the Vile Bloods, they're my favorite faction in Bloodborne, so I'm really biased.
Walter is best waifu and husband.
Walter's best waifu. I'm sorry, I'm kind of impartial to Eileen. Not as like a waifu, but she has the style.
Mm.
I'm not going to knock her style because I like it. I'm just saying, Walter, man, is the way to go.
Walter is dead.
I'd like to see him do a team up with Solaire, though.
That'd be fun.
They both wear tin hats. I think it would be fun.
Yeah, that would be good.
Gehrman as Philatites also actually makes me smile a bit.
You said Gehrman as Phil?
Gehrman voiced by Danny DeVito.
Well, here in the meme, the picture you have in Gehrman.
Oh my god.
That's what made me think.
Oh god.
Like, imagining the voice.
Please, Herc, release me from this dream.
Like the final lines, like if you choose to like be like, no, you're not going to kill me. Just that entire monologue delivered by Danny DeVito, I think it became a certain sort of magic.
Anything that Danny DeVito touches has magical.
It has a twinkle to it.
Actually, while we're on this, favorite Bloodborne ending. Which of the 3 endings do you think is the best? Or the most positive?
Best and most positive is different.
Yeah, I agree. Because my favorite is, of course, the Great One ending. Because that's, I mean, that's to me, that's like almost surreal. That's even an option that you can become a Great One.
That you ascend, yes.
Yeah. But I don't know, because it's like you do free Gehrman from the dream when you take his place, but it's sad for your hunter. But at the same time, though, it's like maybe the best is that you just wake up and you continue your life with, like, forgetting the dream.
Yeah, I can see that, because obviously if you take his place, like, that's terrible for your hunter as a character, but at least Gehrman gets to pass on, so to speak.
I like through the heavy, like, what is the best philosophically? What is the worst philosophically? And then the meme is still up.
The meme picture's up, yes. What about you, Omen?
I usually always go for the true ending. You eat the umbilical cord, and you get the moon presence, and you transcend. I think actually my favorite ending, especially the first time round, and if you're thinking like you as a hunter, you're like, "Fuck you, Gehrman. No, I'm not going to let you just like behead me." And I don't think as a hunter you'd really go about eating a fucking... I don't know. Eating umbilical cords in real life, even if it's a human umbilical cord, just doesn't seem like a sane.
You've not eaten umbilical cords?
I'm afraid I have not. Not yet, anyway.
With the little spices, And...
Yeah, no, I'm afraid
Yeah,
not.
you fry it up nicely.
Seems kind of chewy and hard and just like gristly. So I find the replacement for Gearman, that one I actually think might be my favorite. And I think the most tragic one is when you wake up and you like, do you just remember getting to Yarnum and that you were sick?
No, you remember everything.
Oh, you remember? Yeah, then that's even worse.
Like you remember, obviously. You forget, as in, it's not forget in the sense that you obviously forget what happened, but like you're mortal again. You cannot go back to the dream. But
worse.
Like, yeah, you remember the whole freaking ordeal.
And you wake up in a fucking half dead, well, probably more than half, a like 80% dead town.
Yep.
Also, by the way,
99%?
You have probably caused a lot of those deaths. Deal with the mess, PTSD. What's that? We'd offer you some blood ministration, but most of the church is fucking dead.
I raise you this though. You can wake up in the morning and you can go to the chapel and you can get your nice friend the beggar, and you can take the beggar and leave Yarnum and have a nice life together as good friends. You
fall to your knees as the gravity of the situation, and you go, "Father, I have sinned."
I think we're way past this. We cannot redeem ourselves. We know this, so let's just keep going. But yeah, no, go get the beggar. Have a nice life with him outside Yarnum. Nice and chill.
There's no good ending.
No, all the endings have very negative aspects.
Or rather, there's no happy ending.
Well,
might be a better phrase.
Yeah, that's a given, I think.
I suppose the sad thing is I've never really experienced that sort of you died, where I've had to fear Maria. It's either like, yeah, I played sloppily, but most of the time it's like whack, 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 whack.
Yeah, the first time I faced Maria, I killed her in like less than 5 minutes because I had a huge high skill level. So I just visceral attacked her like 3 times and she was dead.
Yeah, so you were saying, but like, so yeah, this meme never really struck a chord with me.
Let's see. What is this? Good Hunter. This may sound strange, but have I somehow changed? Maria Hunter set from Insight Ship. Oh, okay. Ah, shoot. So sometimes memes look like they could be interesting. Then it's like they're not really memes. They're not jokes. They just kind of state,
I get it, though. You're changing her into what she was meant to represent, which is...
I like this one, though.
Come on. Yes. I remember coming back the first time and everything is on fire and you're like, oh, shit. But then you go into the building and it's like, oh, the fire is just like on the outside and it doesn't actually do anything.
Imagine not being able to repair your weapons.
That would have been fantastic. Like, you come back and the workshop is on fire and you literally cannot upgrade or repair anymore.
Oh, no.
That'd be fantastic.
A lot of people really like Maria, huh?
She's a fan favorite.
There's no accounting for taste.
Well, I mean, Salem really loves her.
There's no accounting for taste.
I feel bad for her and German because it's like, God, they never got to really tell each other, To me, that's a tragedy. That's sad.
I mean, I think they had enough other bullshit going on. Like,
I know, but I don't know.
I'm gonna say,
Omen,
I know
this is you.
Oh God, yes, let's buy more figures.
Yes, I have the Nendroid of the Hunter.
Yeah, we have the Hunter
Nendroid. It's very cute.
I actually want a doll figure that is an actual doll.
Yes.
Like, if they made an actual ball jointed doll of the doll, I would buy it. No matter how expensive.
Also,
I want
know that,
this figure
Maria
right here.
Has the face down photo frame.
Mm-hmm.
I just always.
995 euros.
Yeah,
Ooh.
they're big. They're big figures though.
Ooh.
I don't know if I'm laughing or I'm uncomfortable, but
better. I agree.
Look at my knife collection.
But yeah, I never really got the vibe that Maria actually. I think she was kind of creeped out by German.
And Keithy, yes, I want the Figma too. I want all the Figmas though. Sorry, what were you saying?
Master Will.
Maria was actually creeped out by German.
Of course she was. That's why he made the doll, because Maria, rebuked his advances.
I know, but there is the whole thing about Slendy, Lucky Ducky.
Listen, Slendy, tell me where you live, and we'll just come visit. And the figure might disappear by accident, but it totally wasn't us. Oh, we should get the figure.
I can't tell. Are these just jokey things, or is this a legitimate manga that was made?
It looks like a legitimate manga.
Yeah.
God, I would love a Bloodborne manga.
And that is actually that's separate from the comics that get published. That is a very different style to the actual comics.
I hope this is real.
It looks real. I mean, this is chapter 11 after all by the title, so
somebody is at least working hard on it.
Oh, the doll statue, yes.
Now let's see here. Bloodborne.
Wow.
Bloodborne, Lady Maria and the Old Hunters, chapter 3.
Well, there's something worth reading, I think.
Oh my God, look at that.
Have you actually read the comics, by the way, Salem?
Forever ago. However, I don't know why they did not stick with me.
Okay.
So I just because unfortunately I didn't get to keep it because it was just lent to me. Something might be why it didn't stick with me. I remember that I read them really quick.
Yes.
God, look at that vile blood armor. God, that's so good.
All vile bloods deserve to be beheaded.
No, the vile bloods is a superior race. Well, not a race, but you know what I mean.
Faction.
Yes. Look, but no, the vile bloods, but they are the vampires of the Bloodborne universe. They are the superior race. No, I didn't mean what I said.
Sounds like beasts to me.
Vampire supremacy in Bloodborne, okay?
All vermin must be crushed.
No, oh God. I'm killing you next time that we're playing a Bloodborne. You're gonna pay for that. I'm ringing the sinister bell.
If it's your one true waifu, you get a pass.
To be fair, self-control doesn't really factor into it. Because it's not about self-control, it's just your mind. Sometimes your heart knows better than your mind.
Yes.
Yes, your mind goes, oh, I'm going to be poor and eating rice for the rest of the month. But your heart knows what you truly want.
I'm also going to be eating my rice dinners with my big doll waifu statue.
Exactly.
Holy shit! I'm interested in finding this in this Blood Lady Maria and the Old Hunters. I want to read this. This is
Google it. I'm sure you can find it, actually. I imagine it's not that hard to find. No spoilerinos. But we know how it ends
holy
anyway.
shit, look at how much they
put into it.
Yeah, it looks like
wow.
it looks like an actual full-on manga, long story, chapter 15 there. Okay, so it must be quite long.
Wow.
Salem, have you ever actually invited Alfred to Canehurst?
I've made many mistakes in life. And I was very, very sad when I came back and my queen was a pile of goo.
It's easy fix.
Yeah, you can
if you want to.
I quite liked his story.
I do have to say,
though,
Alfred's laughter is infectious.
Yes.
Yes.
He is so proud of his work.
I like his helm. It's so goofy.
The helmet is fantastic.
The Pyramid Head helmet.
It reminds me of Pyramid Head in a very obtuse way.
It looks a bit like the old gramophones.
Yeah.
You take a gramophone speaker and put it on your head. Oh, it's good. But yeah, I quite like that he just goes back to the church and just dies. He just lies down on the ground and dies.
He's made sure that his mentor's legacy has been...
I've fulfilled the mission, Logarius. Now I may die.
Well, he's preserved Logarius's
legacy.
Yes. And he can be properly martyrized.
Holy shit, chapter 21. Holy crap. Okay, if this is a fan comic, they were really dedicated.
There's also chapter 22 already, I see in the title, so there's something worth checking out.
Yeah, I will check that out. Wow.
What's the best way to transcend?
Yeah, actually, good question. So, Salem, if you had the choice, right? I mean, not choice, forced at gunpoint, let's say. The scholars of Mensis come to you and the choir comes to you and whatnot. What would you pick to try and transcend? Would you take the old blood? Or would you try to gain more eyes on the inside with the scholars of Mensis in a ritual?
Oh, I don't like the...
There's no good answer. Or rather, there's no good ending.
I don't want to be part of the choir, so...
It's not about becoming a part, it's just like, which way would you rather prefer to transcend? Would you try it through old blood and communion with the old ones, or would you try it through Sumerian ritual with the scholars of Mensis?
Yeah, I'll take the old blood.
Okay. Omen, what about you?
I also would take the old blood because at least, like, I'd at least ask if I could dress up in the nice choir garb. So I'd look pretty fly, no matter like what outcome.
I mean, yeah, as long as you look good, you know, who cares what happens?
You die horribly.
Am I going to get mauled by a bear or torn limb from limb by a shark? I mean,
but as long as your outfit is nice.
Yeah, I look at least one way I can die looking good.
Very fair.
Plus, you know, Queen Yarnum, her gown was drenched in blood. She still looked good.
Yeah. She also had all of her limbs intact, though.
Well, after you learn her fate, I think losing all your limbs might be a preferable alternative.
I'm sure that all comes down to debate and experience.
Oh, boy.
But interesting, so you both take the old blood rather than the ritual.
Interesting that you'd go with the ritual.
Yeah, no, I'd chill with Mikolash. It'd be super fun.
Now you see, and that's one of the reasons why I'm like,
We chill there wearing our head cages, our bird cages, and just like, yeah, bruh, I got them eyes. Good times.
I do get to. I mean, I do suppose he would be a great conversational starter.
Oh, definitely.
I want to know what prompt or what direction they gave the voice actor for the ooh.
Well, here's the thing. They found a clinically insane man, and they just put a microphone near him.
I
hope they paid him well for that, because his voice acting is just on point.
I believe he's a madman. A learned madman.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like the people trying to defend Mikolash. It's like, no, he's a downright asshole.
Oh, the scholars of Mensis have like literally slaughtered so many for this ritual.
Yeah,
they are not good guys.
Neither is the church, though. There's no good guys.
No, maybe Eileen. Maybe.
Okay, Eileen is a good guy in the sense that obviously she kills blood adult hunters and such. She's a hunter of hunters, but like from the factions, none of them are really good.
Well, is Eileen even a part of it? I mean, okay. I was going to ask if she's a faction. No, she is, because she's the hunter of hunters. Is yes. A literal faction.
But she's not associated with the church in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Like, she's not part of the church. But like both the choir and if we're rating on a scale of evil, of badness, both the choir and the scholars of Mensis are quite bad, whereas obviously the Confederates, for example, aren't that bad.
No, actually, I would argue that the Confederates are the one. I don't know. In my opinion, I think they're the one good faction in the game.
I guess. I mean, they're trying to purge humanity's
vermins.
humanity's impurity. So I guess that is a good thing.
They also help bros out.
But the vile bloods are superior.
Sounds like vermin talk to me.
Sounds like cope to me.
Damn you.
I am so glad when Logarius went in there and just beheaded all those vile bloods. Best day
Okay,
of my life.
and who's still on her throne, huh? Huh?
Well, not anymore.
What a shit job that Logarius
Like
did.
Alfred and never went back to Arboritas. Oh,
Logarius was so shit at his job. He had to sit on a chair. He couldn't finish it.
She's still dead, though.
But she doesn't die. It's a writhing mass of flesh, technically.
She doesn't come back in my game.
No, that's true. I actually feel really bad for the Valbloods. Like, it's memes aside, and me joking about the Valbloods all deserving to goddamn die. I feel really bad for them because obviously Canehurst used to have most of the power, the nobles of Canehurst. And then the church is like, no, we want to take all the power. So the blood that they got, that's actually impure and you're not allowed to have that. So I actually feel quite bad for Canehurst.
Also, your entire lineage should probably be slain.
Yeah. Oh. Poor Canehurst Castle.
Why are you so mean?
Well,
I'm saying I feel bad for them.
Yeah, that part was
Omen, why are you so mean?
No, that part was me just bouncing off the whole church thing.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Because it's kind of what happened.
I'd have to say though, the Canehurst rune is pretty shit in the game.
I can't even remember what effect it has.
It's like what was it? Like if you have low health, your health slowly comes back. But the thing is, it's the health has to be like so low that it's like, well, if I step on a thimble, I die.
Yes.
Sounds like blue tearing.
Have you actually tried out the milkweed rune? Because if you equip the milkweed rune, your head turns into broccoli. And then if you equip the Orphan of Cause as a weapon, like you actually have like tentacle arms and you have a different move set and you walk different and roll different. It's actually quite fun.
Yep, I have done that. And more interestingly, I like the bit of dialogue that opens up with the guy outside the fisherman's village.
Yes.
Spare the child.
No. Look, he attacked first. That's like legit.
Orphan of Cause?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. Only if you approach him.
I still didn't do anything. I like literally took a step over the programmed aggro line and he decided to be all like,
Orphan of Cause is really upset.
Now here's something that I've wondered. So some people, and for so far it looks like it checks out. Some people are saying that the same cry that the Orphan of Cause has is the same as German's crying.
It is. I think there's a slightly deeper...
And in the DLC trailer, German can be seen walking in the Hunter's Dream. I mean, I'm sorry, not the Hunter's Dream, the Hunter's Nightmare.
Yes.
So I wonder if German was actually originally planned to have a much more prevalent presence in the Nightmare.
Like lore-wise, the thing is, all the old hunters that were involved was the thing that happened in the fishing hamlet, and that happened to the corpse of Cause that they found in the experiments, like Maria and such. They're all trapped in the Hunter's Nightmare. The only reason why German isn't trapped in that is because he is trapped in his own nightmare because of the moon presence. Because otherwise, German was involved in the atrocities that happened in the village. And the only reason why he, unlike everyone else, isn't there is because he's already trapped in the Hunter's Nightmare due to the moon presence. But yeah, German was very much involved in the church's atrocities that happened in the fishing hamlet.
I also believe if you defeat the DLC in a certain amount of time, you do get a certain dialogue with German. Like if you go at some point and you have, I think, above 15 insight, you get the like Lawrence, Master Willem. Mm-hmm. It's been so long. Somebody help me, please.
This night blinds all thought.
This night blinds all thought. Somebody help me, please. Sob, sob, sob. But I think if you defeat the orphan, you can go back and he's just like sleeping peacefully or something. I think I'd have to recheck that. But that's if you manage to do the whole DLC very early game before kind of the dream is on fire.
So you have to go in there a bit earlier.
It'd be a little hard for him to sleep during that.
Yes. But yeah, it's quite sad.
Here we go. Keith actually mentioned it. If you beat the DLC before the main game, you get a unique set of dialogue from the doll, and Gearman sleeps differently.
Fact checker Keithy.
Keithy is on the point with the lore.
I think the doll, not when the fire happens, but I think the doll, no matter what time during the game, once you get to the end, that she will mention that he's sleeping peacefully no matter what.
Possibly. I do, yeah. I keep, if I keep saying is right and what I remember is right, you do though specifically get a kind of confirmation that Gearman's nightmare is ended.
All right, I'm going to open up Keithy to page 15 to check the
paragraph
entry.
4, line 3, word 7 through 9.
Yeah, as you beat the dream, once the dream is on fire, and you finish the main game, she asks you to challenge him at the tree. Yes.
What
Dear Hunter, I know the place is on fire, but Gearman, he slept really nice last night.
Yes.
What about Maria?
Everybody kind of goes, oh, Maria stayed behind for so long and she throws away her weapon because she can't stand to look at. I actually think she's quite cowardly for locking herself away in the clock tower when you have the patients crying for her. And yes, you did this horrible shit. And you went halfway through atoning and then you went, no.
I don't think it's atonement. I think she threw the weapon away, obviously, because she is
out of disgusted
with what happened. But it's not because she's looking for atonement, but she's disgusted and she's fleeing from it. And that's why she's hidden away.
And plus, I have the interpretation. I don't know who else, if anyone else, shares this, but I do think that the things in the Hunter's nightmare aren't literally happening. I think that they're more representations of the reality that happened before.
It's a mixture of both. The Hunter's nightmare is obviously a memory of what happened in the fishing hamlet. So the patients and such, they're, I guess, figments, you could say, of the nightmare created by the Orphan of Cause. Whereas the hunters themselves, like Maria, they are real and trapped within this nightmare. Cursed, so to speak, by the Orphan of Cause, and the only way to end this nightmare is when you obviously slay the Orphan of Cause, lay him to rest in the ocean, and you get the whole nightmare slain message. But it's a mixture of both. So the hunters themselves are real. The rest is just essentially a figment of the dream itself meant to haunt them. You're trapped in this nightmare forever for the things you committed against Cause and his orphan.
Yeah, I suppose that what I was referring to is when she was saying Maria's cowardly for sitting outside of the clinic and everything. I think that she was cowardly when she initially left in the quote unquote real world, but in this case, I don't think that she chose to kind of be where she's at. And I think that I've always just interpreted it more as this is a representation of Maria, not really Maria herself. Or at least that's, like I said, that's how I kind of saw it.
My interpretation is obviously the whole disgust thing happened. She went through with everything that they were doing, and after the Cos incident, and they were letting the village being ravaged by the parasites, and how they were just treating the patients. She becomes disgusted. She discards her weapon, and she does try, because all of the patients that are still in there that don't aggro, they're very much weeping and going, Maria, where have you? So I do think she did try to kind of make a repentance for what she did. And then I know she's protecting the Seekers and the Orphan of Cos, but surely you could do that. And I just think it's very convenient. It's just you sitting in a clock tower and not actually continuing to take part and look after these patients that are slowly going mad. Of course, it's going to fucking hurt you because it's a crime against humanity, I guess. But you did this, and unfortunately, it's painful to atone. So maybe you should have stuck.
Here's the thing. She's sitting up there in the clock tower, and she's drinking something which is either wine or more likely blood, because the Arnhemites prefer blood over alcohol. So, yes.
And she is a vile blood.
But you're literally chilling in the clock tower rather than, like you were saying, helping the patients. She's literally chilling in the clock tower, sipping blood out of a wine glass, like
brooding.
Get the fuck over yourself.
And I don't know, to me, it's like, I don't think that she was still drinking. I literally think it was almost like she was slowly being forgotten over time. And that's what, since like I said, I thought that it was more representations of things. I thought that was kind of like her being like fading away. And so it's like even the memory of her as a corpse.
But would it not be Cos also, well, rather Orphan's Curse kind of keeping her there as well?
Thing. I think Keith actually mentioned there that like she entered the room after killing herself in the clock tower. Similar to the nightmare that Mikolash is in. Like Mikolash's body is dead, his mind is trapped in the nightmare.
Still.
And so I assume it's the same for...
But then that's still kind of awful. Yeah, I'll kill myself instead of atoning.
But yeah, that's the thing. She tried to kill herself, which isn't really atonement.
Yeah.
And she didn't get the relief, of course, of killing herself. Instead, her and the other hunters are trapped. Their minds are trapped in the nightmare of the Orphan of Cos.
Yes. So I don't think, at least previously when like Bloodborne was a bit newer, like I get that there's a lot of Maria fans. I was always like,
I think, unfortunately, as a character, she doesn't have the same presence as others do.
Yeah.
Like, Ludwig has such a presence.
Yes.
Even just playing the base game, you hear about Ludwig, you have Ludwig's sword and stuff, and then you fight him.
Thank you, Keefe.
In the DLC, whereas Maria never felt like a presence until the DLC came around.
It doesn't help when you can just bat her around as well.
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I especially I think I feel more bad for Garen in regarding the Maria story. I do find it tragic that, because despite everything that they were going through, it's like, I guess my mind always went to the what if they had decided to open up to one another.
Sorry, Slendy.
I love her.
We can agree to disagree.
But yeah, I guess my mind always goes to the, well, what if they, open up to one another? And I wonder if a lot of stuff could be avoided if they could find more than just, well, the hunt and the events going on.
Because I know I've already said as well that, like, oh my God, the line with, like, Gehrman breaks my heart. The voice actor delivers that, somebody help me, please. Breaks my heart, but Gehrman is also a fucking awful person as well.
He was. This is kind of his atonement. Kind of.
Yeah.
I suppose maybe the reason why I do feel sympathy for some of these characters, though, is because when everyone is bad in the game, you're comparing them to other levels of bad.
Well, here's the thing: Walter is not bad. Eileen is not bad.
Yeah. Walter is vicious.
Certainly.
Yeah, Walter isn't. Yeah, Walter isn't bad, but I don't know. I guess between the two of them, though, I do find Eileen more intriguing. But then again, Eileen is very vulnerable still, though, because she can succumb to the hunt.
Yes.
Well, Eileen can die. That's the thing. She's mortal now. She isn't part of the Hunter's Nightmare anymore. The Hunter's Dream, sorry. The Vulture is mortal too, I guess.
Yes.
Oops. Also, just to comment quickly on what Slendy was saying, the best waifu is the one you like the most. Don't let anyone else tell you different. The best waifu is always the one you like the most.
What if they're wrong, though? Simon, even Simon, though, I do think he makes a point, like, the curse is, like, essentially spreading down the blame. It's the original sin kind of theme, that the blame for this sin is passed on from Hunter to
curse the fiends and their children too, and their children forever true.
Yeah, and it's not, when he's dying and he goes, it's not fair, and it's not.
Life ain't fair.
Listen, Okay, my great-great-grandfather went and did this horrible... I'm a fucking florist, okay? The fuck did I do? I'm a florist. I like to make pretty flowers grow. Why am I cursed and being treated?
I've been the celestial emissary. Those flowers aren't innocent.
The lemon flowers?
Yeah.
No, I grow the pretty white ones for Gearman's graveyard.
So you're showing sympathy to an evil man.
No, just for the graveyard and all the other hunters that have been slain.
I mean, I agree with you. Because Kos, or rather the Orphan of Kos, is like, you're an infant. These people did horrible things. You're a miserable infant. So of course you're going to curse them. You don't care.
Yes, that is true. He doesn't look like a babu, though. He looks like a wrinkly old man.
That's not his real self, though.
No, it's not.
That's
If
just
anything,
the
I think
personification
it's
he takes.
also a reflection of Gearman, as Gearman.
Like you see it, because when you defeat the Orphan of Kos, it's actually the black sprite
Yes.
that you have to kill that is Nightmare Sam, because that is the Orphan of Kos. The other
Yes.
thing is just a manifestation.
That is a hard-hitting manifestation.
Oh god, the Orphan of Kos boss fight is so frantic. I love it.
It says quite a bit when the placenta is its main weapon.
When it uses the placenta like a yo-yo to hit you from miles away, it's like, holy hell, what's going on?
That sounds hilarious said out loud.
It's kind of like Bloodstarved Beast, but worse because the arena is so much bigger and you're like, please just stop, please let me catch up. And then your stamina is out and you're bent over trying to catch your breath.
You know what's even worse about that boss fight? I said, like, the parrying is my main playstyle.
The health.
The Orphan of Kos is actually has so many attacks that you can parry. Like an insane amount of attacks you can parry, but they are so hard to nail.
Yep.
Tight timing.
I only know the jump one.
Like even
if I can get
like
behind
almost
him.
every single swing attack that he does, you can parry. But it is like a blink and you miss it a nanosecond that you have to pull that trigger.
Imagine. What are we imagining, Keith? Paint us a dream.
Imagine parrying.
Yeah, right? It's all about them rolls, baby.
A good hunter should be good at both. I'm not a good hunter. I'm just saying a good hunter should be good at both. I just spray things with the flame spurter and it works so well.
I mean, I do have to admit, I didn't get this good at parrying until I just sat down for a few hours when I had the entire map of everything opened up. And I just had the idea, I'm going to go amongst every single enemy type. I'm just going to pull the trigger at random attack points and see what works.
So you actually spent the time to properly figure out the parry timing. That is very good.
That is commendable.
Yeah.
Well, the other thing too is like you do notice that there is typically there's a timer that, like, especially in the wind up attacks, but also the regular attacks. It's like no matter what attack it is, there's a setup, a delivery, and then a recovery phase.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a certain beat that you can follow that is a good indicator of when the parry comes. And it's typically it's not at the wind up phase. It's at the ending of the wind up phase, which it sounds odd, but it's like once you figure it out, you do notice it.
Yes.
And
it's all about those iframes. Keith, you're right. I'm sorry, Salem, but like actually in Bloodborne, I'm getting better, and you are technically right.
There's certain enemies that are a lot easier to parry than others.
Yes, but no, you are right about the different phases, and it's just learning them.
But I guess what pissed me off more than anything was the Orphan of Kos. I found out that you could parry him almost every single attack, but you can't ever do it.
It's pure practice, isn't it? Like you have to actually know exactly the very specific timing. It's quite tight.
He's actually not fun with the whirligig on like the trick weapon mode, because every time I'd have the wind up to do the swing. No, he's gone. He's at the other side of the map. I was not suited to this fight with Alyssa.
Yeah, I've the boss, the game is really different though when like with my recent playthrough, the one I'm doing right now, and I'm using the threaded cane a lot with Rachel. Once you get that whip thing, and it's like you don't just have ranged attack, but you have a ranged attack that like almost has like this entire circle around you in which your enemies can't touch you. You learn really quick who has the ranged attacks, and surprisingly, a lot of the enemies have ranged attacks that you wouldn't think that they do.
I remember at the beginning as well, like the threaded cane was shat on so much.
I find the threaded cane is nice in trick mode, but when it's just the cane, not the whip version, it's quite weak.
Sure,
and I see in the regular version, I love the one attack. I don't know. It's okay. So you're attacking with the whip out, and then when you switch over your attack, and it goes back to the cane. I love the look of you just poking the guy with the end of your cane.
Yes.
Like it's literally just sit down. And the best part is on certain enemies, it will knock them down, which just makes the animation so much better.
Yes.
You come in with the pimp cane. Down you go.
But actually, the weapon right now that I'm really liking, that I've been playing, that I'm playing with Rachel, because with her I got the cane. Then the next weapon I play a lot with her, besides the Rakuyo, but I'm putting that to the side for a moment. I really enjoy the Chronic. You speak German. What's the name of the sword gun?
Oh, the Reiterpalasch.
Yes. Yes, I've really begun to like that until I remember I've already got a gun in the other hand.
Here's the thing, though. You can do like R1, L1, R1, L1. You can fire one gun, then you can fire the other gun. You can just take.
Yeah, and that's what I'm starting to learn. But oh my god, I love the moveset of it. I just I don't know. It's it's at first it seems like you're almost being redundant.
I think the main thing with that is I've seen someone make it work in a gun-only build for Bloodborne, mainly because he could parry with his right-hand weapon, with the Reiterpalasch, and then do a visceral attack with his left-hand weapon, with the other gun. So it's very specific usage, but then you can actually make it work.
Yeah, but what I do like about it, that I've been making a lot of use out of, is it's the one weapon in which you can keep some distance between you and the opponent, but you can do... It's obviously not as quick, but you can do consecutive attacks like you can with the Blade of Mercy, where it's like, slash, 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 slash. But it's like, you can at least keep them at a normal distance.
Yes.
And I'm finding that to be very, very useful.
I always mean to do a Blades of Mercy. It never suits any of the characters. So that
you have to come up with a character that just is specific. You're like, no, I will not use anything else.
Yes.
I used Blade of Mercy as the go-to for my serial killer character.
Interesting choice, actually, considering the blade name. But I find Keefe points out the cane counts as blessed damage. That's useful for certain enemies.
Baby You're not wrong.
I like pizza cutter.
I'm surprised actually FromSoft has not taken the whirligig and released a real life pizza cutter.
I'd buy it. Oh my, yeah, I don't. €50 pizza cutter. That's a whirligig.
And I've yet to make a beefcake character, but I think that when I do, I think I will go with the whirligig as one of his weapons.
It's so good.
The whirligig is fun, especially when you use it like a lawnmower and just bzzzt.
I don't think it's official, Keefe.
Wait, what? Keefe, your mate has
Omen's like, if FromSoft's name isn't on it, it doesn't count.
I'd have to look
It's
this
not
up.
official merchandise.
I can hear your Walt's cry right now.
I cannot find one on the Googles, but I mean, Keefe, if your mate has one, please ask him where he got it. I will want to know in the future.
Oh,
Ooh, very nice.
lucky boy.
Keefe,
Right.
listen, I need to buy Christmas presents for people. Please tell me where it came from later on.
Yeah, right now I'm decorating my I'm decorating the house as I move in, and I really need some Bloodborne figurines, but oh god, I decided to start getting merchandise way too late because now everything is gone.
Yeah, it's hard. Like, you have to get it secondhand now in a lot of cases, which can make things difficult.
The price goes up.
They are bringing out more stuff, so if you just keep like watching, like, they will be bringing out more Bloodborne merch.
Yeah, I will say I at least do have the Bloodborne vinyl.
Yeah, we have that too, actually.
And I'm going to frame and hang the artwork that came with it.
Oh, it's lovely.
We also have the art book, which is very much worth the investment.
All the FromSoft art books are worth having.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I
very
cannot
good.
find the art book, and it makes me sad.
Ah,
I can.
eBay,
I found the
maybe.
hardcover version in Japanese, but I can't read Japanese.
It doesn't. To be fair, the pictures is what matters.
It's an art book.
Exactly.
I
Not a
know,
book
but I
book.
want to know what it says.
Very fair, to be fair.
You
You
can
might
like
check
send
eBay
you
in
the
the future.
translations. You can put in post-it notes over the Japanese.
Yeah,
Silence.
I'm sorry.
Resignation.
I'm thinking like. Then I guess I'm just thinking like, putting more Bloodborne art on my wall would be amazing, but then I would have guests.
Look, if the guests don't appreciate the Bloodborne artwork, then they're clearly not wanted.
That is a good point.
Simple as.
I think I'll. God, I might have to do that. I don't know.
I think in the end, it's about don't care what people think. If you enjoy it, have it up.
Yeah, just, some people that might be related to you might throw a hissy fit.
Oh, actually interesting that Stanley mentioned that the Japanese version has English captions.
Really?
So
Oh my
maybe
God.
it's worth
Oh.
just getting the Japanese version.
Oh God. But I had to spend a lot of money this week with the move. I have to wait 2 more weeks. No.
Here's the thing with art books, though. Like, if they're only in Japanese, if they're not in English, what is it going to hurt you just buying the Japanese version if it's for the art?
Very true.
That is true. I just screw it. I'll buy it.
Yes. I'm glad that we've all pressured Salem into buying the art book. It's perfect.
Remember,
Technically-
kids, peer pressure works.
Technically, since it's a Japanese game, I'm technically getting the original version.
Good. Keefe knows what's up.
We've got quite a few of our art books in Japanese.
Yes.
No harm done.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely go for it. Besides, the art book's gonna hurt less than the 900 quid, like 60 centimeter tall hunter figure. So go for the art book.
The figure will be impressive, though.
Yeah, I do want the Maria figure. And I just want the regular hunter figure. I don't know. I would like to just get as many figures as I can, but the thing is, they got to be affordable. Like, I don't think I could get like the $500 to $600 to $700 ones.
Of course.
You may have quality or you may have cheap. That's what I've learned from figures.
Well, you can find, but I mean, don't get me wrong. I would love the huge multi-$100 ones, but it's just
Yeah.
when you got other life stuff,
Of course.
Plus, I
To
mean,
be
I've
fair,
looked at
like
the No, go ahead.
Figures don't have to be that expensive. Usually, like the ones that are $500 plus, like you're getting your money's worth because usually the detail is amazing and they are actually quite big. But some of my more expensive figures, Lavinia was
120?
120, yeah. 50, and I actually have a really nice 20 euros, so $20 Hamera. It from the game, the Crane game things, but they sell them at our comic book stores here. The only thing is sometimes you have to. It's a lucky kind of find if you find a nice one. They're usually in beach episode gear, shall we say.
Bikini versions.
Yeah.
Very nice. And yeah, actually what Slendy mentioned is a good point. Like if you buy a figure early, it becomes an investment piece.
Yes.
Which is actually quite fun.
But
I really want.
I would never sell a doll figurine.
No, of course not. But like times hit hard sometimes, and you got to sell something off. There you go. You've invested.
Yeah. Your family is like, we've had enough of you staying in your room surrounded by thousands of dollars worth of dolls. Please pay us some money. We're starving. Grandma needs
at that point, if your room is filled with those figurines, you're gonna be walking out with a pimp cane and a limousine. If you're selling all those,
you won't be able to afford the limo or the cane because all of it's on waifus.
But I'm saying if you sell it all.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like, you gotta get out and sell all this crap. And it's like at that point, it's like, well, then I'm moving out because. Look at all this money I got.
Waifu money is the best money. I really want, there is an Ornstein figure for like $500. And yeah, I want bad. Looks like Chronic, hopefully.
Yeah, nope. I was just gonna say I could hear the sweat on Chronic's brow right now.
It's okay because I want the figure too.
What might make me crack is if they brought out one of Smaug, and then I could set up a proper tiny Anne Orlando altar. That would be nice, right?
The thing, Salem, if you want to buy figures, like they have the posable ones, they're called Figmas. Like you can get those generally for 50, 60 quid when they release, maybe up to 80. So that I would call that affordable. Like that's something you can look into.
Well, I know they do have the mini hunter he's like on a little he's on a little platform, and I was surprised he's worth like hundreds of dollars right now. I'm like, this little 4-inch figurine, what?
Excuse me? we got that one for 50 quid. Holy shit.
Well, yeah, apparently he's worth like he's worth like $300 or $400. I've found him online.
Okay.
Huh.
And I'm like, okay, because it's just a little mini figure, and I can find other versions of him because I wonder if the guy was just putting way too much money on the figurine, because I have seen them used for like just $100 or so. So maybe it's if you keep it in the packaging that it maintains a lot of value.
Yeah. Of course. I mean, the price devalues the moment you open the package. So if you have it in the original package, sealed and everything, not opened, it's worth a lot more than when you open it.
Yeah. But I'm sorry, Keith. Oh. And I literally found it like for $300 or $400 this little figurine that I bought for like $15 at GameStop.
Wow.
But I'm not getting rid of him. I love him.
Don't get rid of him.
I can just since he's got the little platform too, I can just put him anywhere. It's amazing.
What's the really derpy?
He's been on my TV. He's been on my windowsill. He's
you have the Satyr figure.
The Satyr.
Yes.
Sorry, Salem. While we're talking figures.
But no, the next place he's gonna go is when I get my desk. He'll be going on my desk.
Nice. We're
But
about
I'm
to show
hoping I can get
you.
a desk with shelves because I also want to put more of the Bloodborne figures. And I got it. I collect gargoyles. I got lots of gargoyles. They're gonna go on my desk. And I may be getting an Edgar Allan Poe bust. Might not. I don't know yet.
Ooh,
Do it.
fancy.
And I don't remember the name of the place, but I was looking at a Lovecraft bust as well. And unfortunately, the people that were making it discontinued it because Lovecraft said naughty things before.
Of course.
I think it's the same guys that do the Bloodborne figures. They also do like Nariothep, Migos. They're all, by the way, in the like $500 to $900 price range. They are pricey. This is a collector's item.
Yeah, this is the Seder figure, which is a knockoff, obviously, of Saber from Fate's Day Night. This figure is a bootleg. It's a fake copy, but it's worth much more than the original figure because the bootleg is so rare and people think it's a funny joke. So this figure is actually worth a lot more than the original.
Enjoy.
So yeah, now you've seen that. Now you know.
The utter face of despair. It's
great.
Oh God. I guess the other thing that I'll do is I'll get a Nathaniel Hawthorne bust if they make it, because it feels like people keep forgetting about Nathaniel Hawthorne.
I wish figures were cheaper for nice ones.
Just make your own.
I don't have that. There's some YouTubers, and it's just like
you could draw your own.
I can draw, but I can't put a drawing in a 3D figure in my cabinet.
But yeah, 3D printing is becoming more affordable.
Yeah.
Keith, Father, why have you created me this way? Oh. It took me a minute to figure out what he was talking about.
She does have that look about her.
He has created a beautiful daughter.
She feels pain every time she breathes.
Oh, Jesus.
She has the vibe of the one girl character that you see with Pepe nowadays.
Oh, I know which one you mean. No, she looks happier though. The Pepe, the one that's matched with Pepe, looks like a happy person.
This is kind of separate from figures, but just with Keith saying the whole reason that he wants to get into 3D, he can make his own figures. One of our 3D teachers in college, he would like make his wife jewelry in a 3D program and then go to a company, I think in France, and they would actually make.
They would print it?
Yeah.
Nice.
Out of metals and stuff. So he would always gift her rings and necklaces that he sculpted.
So yeah,
I thought
3D printing
super cute.
Is the future.
Yeah.
Makes me want to do it myself, but oh gosh, I looked at the price tag on some of those things and no.
You just got to make more money. That's the thing. Always the thing, isn't it? You got to become a businessman just so you can rake in millions so you can buy more things.
Yeah, but the problem is you got to spend so much time not doing the things you want to do.
Yeah, I become corporate. I sold my soul for this.
Yeah, pretty much. And the only person that looks like they still have a soul after making it to the top is Elon Musk.
I find that debate. He's actually, I mean, most of them are like psychopaths.
Elon Musk looks like someone who shit posts in real life, which is exactly what he does. But like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like because the fact that he shit posts, it shows that he hasn't been caught up in all the ones and zeros of life. You know, it's like
I will say like keep it. And look, I'll go into it because Kojima is apparently not very nice to work for either. He's an over-perfectionist. One secretary, she wanted a raise, or maybe he, I don't know their gender, but they were complaining about a raise. Musk wouldn't. They went on an agreed vacation. He came back, went, I figured out how to do your job more efficiently. You're let go.
Harsh.
These are just you're at the top. Unfortunately, psychopaths tend to aim for.
You have that very often now, obviously, with creative people like Kojima, Akira and such. Like people who they have a clear vision and they can be very pushy, but this is my vision, this is how I want things, and if you don't fit in,
and if you can't keep up, you're out.
Yeah. That happens very often, obviously, with perfectionists, because they have a very, very focused vision, and if you don't fit in, unfortunately, you're out.
Yeah. There's no happy ending, just like a FromSoft game.
Well, I was literally just about to say that might play to Miyazaki's strength then, by not being, if he likes to leave things vague, then maybe he's not a huge perfectionist, which might actually be assisting his work.
I've not heard bad things about him as like as a producer or anything. He seems like a chill person.
Except for the feet.
He likes his feet. That is true.
I don't remember where I saw it, but I do remember that there was a video of him where it's like somebody makes that comment to him, and like he just leans forward and goes, "I like feet."
Oh no.
He's honest.
Yeah.
I give him that. He's honest.
But you know what? We've all been on the internet for a while. The whole foot thing is not that weird compared to most other things.
Get out, Salem.
Or kicking Salem from his own stream.
No, he did. Yeah, like in Bloodborne, no, there are quite a lot of characters without shoes on.
I'm trying to think though, like very up close. All I can think of is Vicar Amelia's foot sliding back, but that's a beastie foot.
It's not as much placed as in Dark Souls.
Yeah.
It's much more prominent in the Dark Souls games.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'm still trying to think.
Yeah, Keith, I'm with you. Don't kink shame unless it's anything past feet. Then we're getting kind of, because look, yeah, everybody's got their own thing, but I mean, even though they said like, hey, feet thing aren't that bad, it's still weird. I'm sorry.
I'm like the complete opposite, by the way. I have like a foot. I hate feet.
I don't like the, like I just said, hey, have your own thing. But the thing that stops me from feet, it's like they've been on the ground all day.
They're unclean.
I like how you both try to justify this and you're just digging the hole deeper.
I don't. I'm literally saying I am the polar opposite of like a foot fetishist. Everyone should just have nice nubs.
Keithy is right here. Don't kink shame.
Everyone should have nice nubs.
Keithy is right. Do not kink shame.
I always feel like I have to like explain, because it's like, people say like, well, what, you have a problem with that? It's like, no, you can,
yes, I do. It's disgusting.
It's like you can do what you want, but I mean, all you're gonna get out of me is, well, at least it's not that fetish.
No, feet are gross. I'm so sorry.
Now we're getting into psychologies. Oh, this has gone too far.
Well, it is attached to Bloodborne. This is actually making a little bit of sense.
Yes.
We just have a little too much insight right now.
Except for rat feet. Rat feet are quite cute.
Rats do have cute paws.
Yeah.
Also, what you call it? Trash bears.
Trash bears?
I'm trying.
Raccoons.
Raccoons. The English name was escaping me. I'm sorry. Raccoons have like tiny little hands and feet. They're super cute.
Chronic, but they've been digging through your garbage all day.
That's okay. They look hella cute doing it.
They're trash bandits.
Trash bandit. That's a nice description. But yeah, raccoons have very cute feet and hands.
Are they called?
That was God. I remember that. I got a fond memory of that term, trash panda, because my folks have always hated my folks have always hated superhero movies, but for some reason they liked Guardians of the Galaxy.
Huh.
So when we went they actually wanted to bring me and my siblings to the movie theaters to see the sequel. So when Star-Lord calls Rocket a trash panda, and he says like, trash panda, and Rocket goes like, trash panda, that's not worse than raccoon, right? And then Peter or Star-Lord looks to the side and goes, no, it's way worse. That was like one of the last times I remember that my entire family laughed together at the same
lovely.
time. So every time I hear Trash
lovely.
Panda, I find it hilarious. And I also be like, oh, I remember that.
People of the chat, what are your Bloodborne, like, what do you think? Questions for us that you'd like to answer? Anything like that?
Yeah, good point, actually, before we wrap things up.
I'm sorry, I have not referred to the chat very much, everybody. I just, I guess I was getting, a little more caught up in the discussion than usual.
When things flow.
I am also very, 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 very tired because I have been moving.
Of course. A lot of things happening right now.
And we wait in silence.
While we wait in silence, I will just quickly share a video then for like 50 seconds.
Okay.
There we go. So we go back to the nice topic of
what's the best weapon in Bloodborne?
What is the best weapon of Bloodborne? And I've shown it in the previous video, but I will just show it in this boss fight as well. The flame spurter, or the flame sprayer, whatever you want to call it, is clearly the best weapon in Bloodborne. you just hold down your left trigger.
Jeez, just look at that number in the right-hand corner. That's it's like surreal.
You just strafe around a bit. The boss can't really do anything. They're just kind of being frantic and just being stuck in their animation. And
you get the 3,800 damage. Damn.
It's so good. Like, as long as the boss is actually weak to fire, the flame sprayer is legitimately one of the best weapons in Bloodborne.
40 seconds, I think.
That was 48 seconds to kill the boss. It's perfect.
All right, we actually got some questions. Slendy's like, I'm curious what you guys think about the rumor that Blue Point is making a Bloodborne remake.
I hope it stays a rumor.
Blue Point was the same guys that did the Demon's Souls remake, isn't it?
I hope it stays a rumor.
Yeah, keep it a rumor because it's not been long enough to even warrant a remake.
The game still looks fantastic. Like, it doesn't need an update. It's still active. There's still a lot of community.
And you still get updates every once in a while. I remember it wasn't like that long ago that it had an update.
I also think generally, like, because Bloodborne to me is an almost perfect game.
Yeah.
So if you're doing a remake, I would always just go, why don't I just go back and play the original? I think give it, let's say, 10 years when we have advanced a lot more technologically and they can do an updated Bloodborne with much better graphics in 10 years. Maybe I'd be going for that. But right now, I think Bloodborne is still so... Well, for the time, it still looks fantastic and everything. It still plays fantastic. So I don't think it needs a remake. But give it 10 years, and then I think a remake would be warranted.
I'm also going to step in and be a lot less nice. With the Demon's Souls remake, a lot of the new textures look really nice. But once you have a basic knowledge of, like, texturing for games and just 3D art, to me, a lot of it looks like we went into Substance Painter and we just slapped on a material. I found a lot of the textures were actually, they lost a lot of their detail in their armor designs, and that would be forgivable. And it's not just Blue Point doing this. It seems to be very common with recent anything that uses motion capture for their 3D meshes. Nobody cleans it up, and everyone looks like a bloated, drowned corpse to me.
Oh God!
Nobody has taken like the time to actually tidy up the face meshes.
Harsh opinion.
You all look drowned and very heavy, like in the lower cheek.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like it.
I will add just quickly to what Omen was saying. I think I would appreciate a remake much more if it wasn't made by an external company, but if it was more in the vein of Dark Souls 2's Scholar of the First Sin, which was essentially a remaster of Dark Souls 2, but it was made by From Software. So From Software themselves went ahead and said, yeah, we're remaking Bloodborne. Yeah, I would have no qualms about that. But I'm always iffy if it's other companies. So as long as it would be From Software doing it, I would just be like, hell yeah, go for it.
And Keith is asking, thoughts on Bloodborne dogs, better or worse than Dark Souls?
Ooh.
They're not as hard as Dark Souls, in my opinion.
They're easier. I just remember the frickin' entrance to the forest where you have the dogs and all the dudes with the guns.
Oh, yeah.
I hate that part.
Oh, God.
And I know it's not the dog's fault. It's not the dog's fault, but when I think of Bloodborne dogs, I think of that area and go, hell no.
Yeah, the dogs aren't even that hard. It's it's all those guns being shot at you at once.
I think design-wise, obviously, the dogs in Bloodborne are just they look like hollowed. What's the dog breed? Dobermans. They look kind of just like Dobermans. Whereas the Bloodborne ones are more interesting, I think, in their design.
Actually, when you go to the Hunter's Nightmare, you actually see them before they got fucked up.
Yeah, before they have all the metal attachments and stuff. Yes. So I think. Okay, Keith finds them worse. Interesting.
I find the Dark Souls ones worse. I don't know. I can just handle the Bloodborne ones. The only one that ever really gave me massive trouble was when I was first playing. And again, it's at that very start area where they're burning the greater kind of werewolf beast. And he comes out from behind the carriage when you're going for one of the...
Oh, yeah.
That guy was annoying. And you're scrambling then maybe to avoid the other gunman. And it's just like, please stop.
I agree with Slindy, by the way, that yes, I always feel bad when I have to hurt doggos in video games.
I always kill them in the cages, though.
That is sad, though.
Omen is PETA's worst enemy.
Yes, there's something very primal, I think, as humans that we understand at a base level that dogs are our best friends.
Yes, and when I get my dog, I might have to actually stream and just showcase pictures of her because
hell yeah!
Because a pupper stream.
I love my doggo.
Doggos are good.
The only problem is, like, what do I talk about? I would just like, look at this picture. Look at this picture.
I mean, I think generally it's literally just like, look at this dog. Look how heckin' cute he is. That's all it needs to be.
But can I justify a stream out of it?
Maybe not a 5-hour stream, but a short stream, definitely.
Yes, speaking of which, I'm very surprised we've gone for this long. I had no idea that this was going to happen.
Yep.
Bloodborne.
It's Bloodborne. There's a lot to Bloodborne. And we've segued into other interesting things that lead off from Bloodborne, but hey, it's Bloodborne.
Yeah, and I actually do think I'm going to play it after we're all wrapped up.
It's very good.
This is for everyone, including chat. Favorite boss and least favorite boss.
Ooh.
Oh, for the chat?
For everyone.
So
for the chat,
as well, and of course for the chat.
Mm-hmm.
I'll have to think on that as well.
Okay. My least favorite boss. It used to be Orphan of Cause, but he became a little easier for me once I figured out how I could, fight him. Which, by the way, another thing, I mentioned that I killed Lady Maria very easily my first time. That was the same thing with Orphan of Cause. The very first time I faced him, I killed him in just a few hits, but it was because I was ultra leveled up.
Nice.
But then I faced him at a lower level, and I was like, no. So least favorite boss might be a little easier for me.
Both very fast, Keithy and Slendy. I'm going to agree with Keith. Ludwig is my favorite boss.
Let's see here.
I think it was very clear that Slendy would pick Maria.
Yes.
Oh, okay. My least favorite boss. definitely the most of the Chalice dungeon bosses. And I'm kind of including them into one thing because they're just, compared to all the other enemies, they're just so unimaginative.
Yeah, like
And
the
they're
giant.
just,
The last.
Imagine unironic.
yeah, but I mean at the same time, like the Watchdog of the Old Lords, and what's the other name of the, and like Queen Yarnum, they're cool. But other than that, like most of the bosses, they're very generic, which is really weird for Bloodborne.
Man-eater pig, 10/10.
Yeah.
I think in main game, the Yarnum shadows would be my least favorite ones. They're just.
Oh, I like the Nazgul. Come on.
Nah. It's just 3 of them. They're not even different. Like one has a katana and one has flames, and it's.
They always.
Wait a minute. They have different magic attacks, though.
Fire and
I
sword.
do snakes.
Yeah, but I don't know. I like them, but I think my favorite though. Gosh, it's hard to say. One of my favorites to play, one of my favorites to face is, it used to be a bit of a chip in my shoulder, but I've really begun to like Ludwig the Accursed. I mean, Lawrence. I'm sorry.
Oh, Lawrence.
Yeah, but the version of the Nightmare. That one has really grown onto me.
Okay.
I find it very underwhelming, considering I always actually assumed lore-wise that Lawrence was a greater figurehead than Ludwig. Like, Ludwig was known as like a great champion and protector and all this, but like Lawrence was always kind of leading all that type of jazz. I don't know. Spicy, haha, because fire.
But in
Not
terms
so
of like,
that comes
but in
out
terms, but that's
annoying.
that's playing wise, I like facing Lawrence. But of course, like if you're going off of just in general, I really do like Maria's fight because I love the visuals of her attacks.
Yes,
they're so cool.
I think both Maria and Ludwig would be one of my favorites. Like, it would be hard for me to pick which one of the two I like more. I think both are very good highlights of the game.
Ludwig and Gehrman's fight, I think, are up there.
Yes. I've actually just redefined my least favorite because I like this boss so little I forgot about it. The One Reborn.
Oh my god!
The One Reborn is just a trash fight, and I forgot that it even existed.
I was going to say the witches because it's such a
I hate that because they're just regular enemies. It's the same thing with the Chalice dungeons.
Yeah.
And it's like it pisses me off too because it's like, can you imagine this struck something. I'm sorry. Come on. Bloodborne. I told you how I like the woods thing because I love the witch, the witchy feel. I love witches. Witches are some of my favorite things ever. Can you imagine what a witch in Bloodborne would look like if it wasn't that?
Well, they went here. Fight 2 of them.
It hurts. It's just I would love a full-on fleshed out witch character in Bloodborne. That would be cool. God, even give them that stereotypical pointy hat. Yes. And she lives in the woods and I don't know. Gosh, the possibilities just excite me. And
what
they
do you mean?
instead
There's a pointed-hatted witch in the Chalice dungeons.
That's a guard. That's not a witch.
I also really don't care for. No, we have to go back, rewind, because I completely. The One Reborn. Jesus, that is an awful fight.
Yes.
I actually blanked it.
That same thing. The One Reborn is so bad. I just forgot it existed.
Where was he again?
He's before Mikolash. Before you touch Mikolash's body.
Yeah, Hargul.
Okay, yeah.
Drop attack until he's dead. The boss.
Also lag if he does. His spewing body is out of the air.
I do have to say though, I did like the build up, the scene before he came.
Yes.
Like that was kind of cool to see them like, ringing the bell and then like it being birthed from the moon. That was really cool imagery. It just
That was cool imagery, just everything else.
Actually, Keith is right. It is like Tower Knight.
Oh.
Tower Knight, but bad.
Also, the Living Failures. I don't know. You have a video of the Celestial Emissary fight that we did.
No, unfortunately.
Oh my god, that
Living Failures were kind of unimaginative design-wise.
Yes.
It's just everything is so good in everything is just so good in Bloodborne that's like when you that it's just when you see the things that didn't take up as much. I'm having a hard time finding words because I love the game, but it's like when there's some things that just feel like that they were just neglected, it just hurts because you see what the creators were capable of in other areas and in the rest of the game.
Yes.
With our second Nevis and Alyssa playthrough, what we did to the Celestial Emissaries, that broke all kinds of conventions and laws. That was horrific.
We killed the Celestial Emissaries before it went into phase 2, essentially, when they're just the small dudes. We just managed to like drain the health bar so quick that the boss didn't even have time to go into second phase.
Oof.
It was fun.
Well, it would have been fun if the fight actually like started.
Yeah, and yeah, I agree, Keith. Like, Living Failures is the same as the Celestial Emissaries fight, but like not as fun.
Yeah. Lore-wise, I understand, but it's like
Their one unified attack looks pretty. I'll give them that.
It
Yeah,
does.
when they do the Cosmos thing, you have the stars up. That is nice.
Boy, that witch thing really triggered something in me. I don't know what, but
it did.
Like I'm still thinking like, God, but like I just said, it's like when you see what they're capable of and then you like look at what they kind of settled with in some areas, it's not an anger out of, oh, you suck. It's an anger out of, I love what you do. I wanted more.
That's how I felt about Bergensworth.
Yeah, Bergensworth should have been longer, but it's okay. We had that topic. We know it should have been longer.
I do have to say though, I guess this wasn't like a bad thing, but I was a little surprised and I found it kind of funny when you found Ram and he's referred to, or she, I'm sorry, is referred to as a vacuous spider. I looked at it and I went, that's not a spider.
It's a pill bug, more like, design-wise, looks like a pill bug.
And the funny thing, her offspring are the spiders.
Yes. Ram's a cutie, though.
Ram is a cutie.
I wish you could pet her.
You can.
Like in the starting phase where she's just kind of
She doesn't attack until you attack. So technically, you could walk up and use a gesture to make it look like you're petting her.
You can pet her with your saw cleaver.
No.
After downing a beast pellet or two.
No.
Just not her head, because that doesn't really do much.
You gotta hit the soft, fleshy sides.
Yeah, that has always kind of, it's kind of tickled me. I mean, I guess you're protecting the most important part, your body, but it's like, yes, I'm going to have it so that, you can barely do 10 damage on my attacks on this one little spot on me, but everything else is super, super fleshy.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very hard to miss. Because that's the thing. It's like, I remember that I was talking to somebody and they said, like, I can't land a hit on Ram. And I remember saying, how can you not hit Ram?
It keeps walking backwards.
Boy, she chunk.
Like, I could get it if, like, you're going to say, like, I didn't, the ranged attack or whatever kept me back. It's like, okay, there's that. But it's like, once you get up to that, I'm sorry. You have no excuse. It's like any weapon can hit that.
She's just too quick when she scuttles backwards.
You're still taking me back to the One Reborn. That fight actually annoys me.
The One Reborn is just boring to fight.
Kill the bell bitches and plunge. drop attack 3 times, maybe 4 times.
You know what? That's at least better than. That's at least more inventive than the boss fight in Dark Souls 3. What was it called? The Wyvern?
Oh God, yeah.
Which one is
Ancient
that?
Wyvern.
Oh, that one. Oh God, yeah.
Wyvern,
I think is it?
I was actually expecting when you do the drop down on that, I was actually expecting it to open up to like a legitimate boss fight, but it's like now he would like be vulnerable.
No, gimmick fight now.
Yeah. And he looks so cool too. It's like I was kind of looking forward to that, but it's okay because then the Nameless King happens, and then you're like, I hate life.
Nameless King is fun. I find that fight very fun.
One of my favorite FromSoft bosses is still Ornstein and Smough, though.
Yes.
It's so good.
Ornstein and Smough is the perfect 2v1 fight.
Yes. And they have a bomb intro and soundtrack.
It's at least pretty funny though. Which one?
The Ancient Wyvern. I'm gonna.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if like I was standing around, kind of ready. Is that it?
I do have to say props to anyone who found that out, then went back on their second playthrough and went, no, fuck that, and actually tried to,
1v1.
Yeah.
I will say I hate the Meteor fight. And I know so many people, it's the perfect Dark Souls dragon fight, and just feels like a slog to me.
Midir, I think I didn't even bother after a few attempts.
Especially after Gale, which is such an
yes, Gale is a perfect fight.
We'll go back to a high note on Bloodborne. Maybe. Who's your favorite NPC? Chat to.
Mikolash.
No.
I think talk to her. I actually really like the church beggar.
He's so cute.
I really like the church beggar. He's just a very nice chap.
Well, I did like Alfred until he murdered the queen.
I like Gilbert.
I think for me though, I have to go with Eileen the Crow. I really do like her.
Yes, she's a fun character.
Like it's kind of interesting. It's not just her outfit; it's the voice, it's the way that she folds her arms. Just everything about her. It's like it just screams badass. Yes. And it's like you know that she's seen some shit.
Yes, a hunter must hunt.
And I feel I think in the game, the one that ripped my heart out more than anything is when you come back after defeating the Vile Blood Knight, and there's just a blood splatter there. She may have gotten away. I doubt it. So it's like it's kind of sad that it's like you come back and it's just a blood splatter.
I assumed she left. I mean, she was bleeding out but she said she had enough blood to survive. So I assume the blood splatter is, of course, from her, but I do assume that she got away since we don't actually find her corpse.
Yeah, and actually, to me, I think that she was lying to the hunter.
Oh?
I think that she just meant it's not going to be painful.
Like I said, we don't find her corpse, so I would assume she got away, because generally they will, like FromSoft games will show you someone's death if they mean to tell you that someone has died.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, I don't know. I really do. I think that she died when she walked away.
That's very fair. We can have different headcanons.
Yeah, I'm just saying, it's like, when you say that, it's like, that's true, but I don't know. I don't know what it is specifically, but it always came off to me like she, in a way, it's like she knows that she's the only one with some sanity left. So it's like, she doesn't want the hunter to feel like they're alone. So it's like it's almost like a way to keep the hunter going. I don't know. That's just. Wait, are you guys talk? Did you guys not talk to her after killing the knight? I did.
Oh,
yeah, that's what we're saying. You know, it's I don't know.
She does say she took enough blood to survive. That's why I assume she just left. But unless Keith, you talk.
I think that's before the fight, though, so I'm not sure. Well, now we got to wait for a lore master.
Do you have to kill the Canehurst Knight honorably?
No, the Canehurst. That's the thing is that the Canehurst Knights, they don't really have allegiance to anyone except their master. So therefore, anybody is fair game besides the queen, even other Canehurst Knights.
No, that's not what I mean.
You can fight the boss. The boss is really stupid. Like if you get out of the boss's sight, he's not even a boss NPC really, but if you get out of his sight for 3 seconds, he forgets about you and just walks back to his normal point. So you can literally just walk behind the pillar and he will forget about you, go back to his point. You can just keep backstabbing him because he literally keeps forgetting about you.
Wait, really?
Yeah, yes. Like he has Alzheimer's. Unfortunately, he has Alzheimer's.
Oh my god, I might have to go do that. That would make it a lot easier for me.
Like you go behind the pillar and he goes, "Wait, what was I doing?" And then he just goes back to standing in a spot and he's
like the very last pillar of the cathedral. And if you lead him down towards the entrance and you sprint past him, run back down to the back of the cathedral and just scooch in behind that pillar and wait. And he just goes back and stands there facing straight ahead, waiting for his opponent to come in through the front door.
I talked to her afterwards. She gave me the Hunter of Hunters rune, and she talks about whether she'll see the dream again before going quiet.
Actually, yeah, I got that once.
But I don't think she... Okay, I have to double check Keith as well, because I don't think she goes quiet. I don't think she dies. I think you can still see her breathing.
She goes quiet and she falls asleep, but she doesn't die right there.
Yeah, like I think you can still see her breathing, but I'd have to double check myself.
Oh, doesn't she keep going?
That's what I mean. Like she's still breathing. She's just not.
Yeah, she does. I do remember that.
Replay to find out.
All right, time for Bloodborne.
But I don't know.
I confirm this.
I sincerely do think, though, that I don't know. Just I think that because Eileen seems to, whether it's out of care for the hunter or just knowing that what the hunter the hunter's mission needs to be completed. I think she's sparing the hunter her suffering just so that everything can continue for the better.
Salem, you make me sad, so I will believe in my headcanon instead. She left. She rested and then she got away.
The little crow flew away.
Yes.
Should we leave on that happy note, considering we've nearly been going for 5 hours?
That is very fair, actually. Thank you all for joining us.
I'm very surprised we've gone this. Yeah, I'm very surprised we've gone this long, but I had fun. I hope everyone else had fun.
Join us next time for Bloodborne 2 Electric Boogaloo.
Yes.
I was actually
yes. Happy Halloween season to everyone too, actually.
Yes.
Happy Halloween, Slendy.
Yeah.
You stay safe too.
And I actually paused there because I was reading something in chat. I'm sorry.
No worries.
But yes, happy Halloween. I guess this was an appropriate way to celebrate the season. And I appreciate everybody. I appreciate Omen and Chronic for coming. I appreciate everybody who showed up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody in the chat. That was fun. And I hope to do more stuff like this in the future once I'm more settled and moved in.
Definitely do.
Yep. So
happy Oktoberfest.
Yep. Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Oktoberfest, to be fair, like I'm in Ireland now and I have become fully Irish and we do not do the Oktoberfest. We do the Halloween, which is actually much more fun.
In Ireland, every day is Oktoberfest.
Not with beer.
Guinness is beer.
Whiskey.
Okay.
I actually like that idea better. We need a whiskey fest.
A whiskey fest. Oh, yes.
That's called St. Patrick's Day.
But every day.
That's called living in Ireland.
I'm just checking the status of my passport. Okay. Okay. Well. Okay. So goodbye, everybody. And I hope to do more of the stuff soon. So keep an eye on my social medias, and I'll later on I'll link both Chronic and Omen's social media links in the description. So I hope to see everybody soon. Take care and have a good day.
Keep safe. Bye bye.
Thank you and good evening.